Welcome to Mr. Nightbleed. Tonight, in 7 Scariest True Stories from Abandoned Cemeteries, we cross the rusted gates of graveyards where names are carved in stone. Flowers wither overnight and the earth itself remembers what we try to forget. These are chilling accounts of bells that toll without wind, whispers leaking from cracked mausoleums, and footsteps echoing across gravel paths when you know you are utterly alone. This is a brand new channel, and my goal this month is to gather 3,000 brave souls who dare to walk with me into the dark. Almost 90% of those who watch vanish back into the shadows without subscribing. Do not be one of them. Before we begin, share in the comments where you're watching from and what hour of the night it is for you. And if there is a cemetery in your town that unsettles you, type its name. Because once you step past the gates of these haunted resting grounds, not everything allows you to leave. Kill the lights. Silence the world. Take a slow breath, and let us begin. I never thought I'd share this with strangers, but my hands won't stop shaking when I unlock my front door at night, and I'm tired of pretending I don't know why. If this comes off like the rambling of someone who can't separate a story from a nightmare, I get it. But I need to put down what happened exactly how I remember it, because forgetting has not worked. I live in Atlanta, a few blocks from Oakland Cemetery, the big historic one with the ornate angels and brick paths that look more like a park than a graveyard. I work the early shift at a coffee shop on Memorial Drive, the kind of place where people take laptop calls and stare out at the gate. My manager Dion jokes that our best advertisement is all the ghost tours. On fall weekends, groups in matching ponchos queue up by the iron fence even if the rain is coming in sideways. I'm not into ghost tours, but I like walking. After a 7-hour shift of steaming milk and smiling at customers, I'll cut through the neighborhood, follow the low stone wall, and watch the late light soak the marble. My friend Marcus is the opposite of a morning person. He does nights at a bar over in Edgewood and freelances as a photographer. Concerts, little brand gigs, the occasional baby shower if the money's right. He heard I liked walking at the cemetery and begged to tag along one evening so he could get some moody, tasteful gravestone pics for his portfolio. We planned to go the first Sunday of October because the weather had finally changed. And there's a kind of hush to the air then, that faint, dusty sweetness you only notice when summer stops sweating. My sister Lena came too, because she doesn't trust my sense of self-preservation. She's in grad school at Georgia State for urban planning and has a city bike with a squeak you can hear a block away. She met us by the gate, the sky the color of old oranges, and locked her bike to the fence even though she never needed to. "This closes at dusk," she said, pointing at a sign. "Don't get us stuck. We'll be out before then," I told her. Marcus lifted his camera like a toast. "Golden hour," he said. "I will make you both look cinematic as hell." We weren't the only ones. A jogger passed us, earbuds in, the soles of her shoes whispering against the path. A couple with a tiny dog paused by the mausoleum near the bell tower and took selfies. My neighbor Ms. Patel was there too. She visits her husband's grave every Sunday at the same time. Leaves a marigold, says a prayer. She saw us and waved, asking if I wanted a piece of the chocolate bar in her tote. I took a square and felt oddly obligated to eat it right there, like a communion I hadn't signed up for. It melted against the roof of my mouth. The air had a mineral chill. The size of Oakland always surprises me. How it keeps unfolding new sections and paths. How there are family plots that look like tiny gardens and Confederate dead lying in neat, unsettling rows and pocket corners where the ground swells with unnamed markers. We drifted without much plan, letting the camera lead. Marcus crouched for angles and muttered, "Yes, yes," like he was negotiating with the light itself. Lena read placards and corrected his posture with sisterly scorn. I kept noticing the small things. Pennies left on headstones, a stuffed frog damp with dew perched under an angel's hand, a marble lamb with a hairline crack through its neck. Everything felt polished and tired, like a museum that still has to hold its breath for the dead. It started with the chalk. By one of the brick paths, there was a square of slate-colored sidewalk, and on it, in thick, clumsy lines, was a hopscotch grid. Not fresh, the edges had been blurred by feet and weather, but clear enough you could see the numbers 1 to 8. Someone had drawn a sun in the corner, a circle with lines that were almost eyelashes. People bring kids here sometimes. I've seen family picnics and school groups on history tours, but something in the unevenness of those numbers tightened my stomach. They weren't disdainful like a teen messing around or careful like a parent helping. They were messy with concentration. The word that came to mind was hungry. Cute, Lena said, stepping over it. Maybe hold that pose, Marcus told her, and she rolled her eyes but did it anyway. He snapped a few, then peered toward the old Jewish section where the stones huddle close together like gossiping relatives. Let's go down there. The light is doing something weird. We went. The wind skittered a dry leaf across the brick, the kind of sound you feel in your teeth. Somewhere behind us, a bird lifted out of a tree with the surprised flap that always sounds like a pair of hands clapping once. A group of tourists clustered near the main gate, listening to a guide who struck the air with his laser pointer. The guide's voice floated on the air in fragments. Wrought iron, Victorian morning, yellow fever, and then thinned out into nothing. I didn't notice the children until the second time we saw them. You know when you register something, too small to be important and your attention slides past it, and then when you see it again, there's a little spike in your brain that says, oh, we were rounding a curve by a family plot with a waist-high fence. Marcus was messing with his lens. Lena had stopped to read a marker. Her forehead crinkled because she always wants the story behind the story. I felt movement at the edge of my vision, a quickness like squirrels. Two shapes darted behind a monument and were gone. I thought squirrels. I thought maybe a stray cat. I turned my head and saw nothing but low grass and the fading burn of the sky. We kept going. At the next bend, there it was again, a flash of white dress or maybe a shirt, then a small bare knee, and then nothing. This time I said, "Did you see that?" "What?" Marcus asked, without looking up from the camera. "Hold on, I need to switch to kids," I said. "I think there are kids wandering around." "It's a park, technically," Lena said. "Families do sometimes," a laugh cut across her sentence. It wasn't close or far. It wasn't a sound that comes through your ears so much as it just exists around you, like the smell of rain. It should have been happy, that laugh, a little breathless, a game being played off stage. I felt my spine harden. Marcus swung his camera in the direction of the sound, too fast, too eager. "Okay," he said softly, as if speaking to the light again. Okay. "Don't," I said automatically. "Maybe they're parents." "Just one picture," he said, moving toward the place where the path snaked between two monuments. He had that look he gets when he sees a shot that matters, the attention that strips everything else away. Lena glanced at me, the kind of sisterly glance that asks, "Are we letting him be stupid again?" We followed, because we always follow the person with the camera, as if the lens is a compass. The path dipped, and a mausoleum shouldered into view, one of the older ones with a heavy iron door and a bullet of stained glass at the top. Its stone was mottled with lichen the color of pennies. The kids were not there. The air near the mausoleum felt cooler, the way an open freezer breathes cold into a kitchen. "No one's here," Lena said, but her voice was low. "We should head back. It's getting dark." The cemetery lights had clicked on, those amber globes that barely do anything except remind you how dark everything else is. I looked back the way we'd come. The hopscotch grid was out of sight. The main gate felt very far away. A car hissed by on the street beyond the fence, tires whirring the wet asphalt. Somewhere a siren wound up and then flattened into the distance. I would have suggested we go then if not for the tapping. It was a tiny sound, a fingernail on glass once, then again. Marcus froze. Lena drew in a breath and let it out through her nose like she'd been punched very lightly. The stained glass oval in the mausoleum door was cloudy with age and grime, an old grape jelly color. Something tapped on the other side. 1, 2, 3, like a child learning a rhythm. "Wind," I said immediately. "It's the branches." I said it because that's what you're supposed to say, but there were no branches near the glass. The nearest tree was a dogwood whose bent arms were still, held like a ballerina in a pose that doesn't need applause. The tapping came again, slower. 1, 1, 1. Marcus lifted his camera with painful deliberateness like it weighed 100 pounds. "Just one shot," he whispered, and I whispered back to no one, "Please don't." He took the picture. The shutter clap sounded rude and vulgar. The glass stayed empty. For a second I thought maybe the sound had been the camera bumping against the door, but Marcus hadn't touched it. He took another. The air got colder in the way I felt in my molars. Lena put her hand on my sleeve and didn't say anything. The laugh came again, but from behind us this time, not from the mausoleum. It was closer than I wanted it to be. Marcus turned too slow, like he was underwater. At the edge of the path, half visible in the bruised light, stood a girl. She was maybe 7, maybe 6. She had hair parted down the middle in a way nobody has anymore, and a dress that puffed at the shoulders. When I try to describe her face, I keep tripping over the same thing. She had eyes. Of course she had eyes. But what I saw for an instant made my brain say no, as if her eyes weren't set right. As if for a split second the place where they should be went flat like a smudge. Then she blinked in a very normal way, and her eyes were just large and dark, reflecting the street light. "Hi there," Lena said, and God bless her for sounding like a regular person. "Are you with your parents? Are you lost?" The girl lifted her hand and waved. I don't know why, but the exactness of the gesture, the way her wrist didn't bend, the evenness of her fingers made me want to cry. It was the wave you do in school when you're told to wave. Marcus lowered the camera, which was how I knew he was scared. He never lowers the camera. "Hey," he tried, Do you want us to help you find somebody?" Another figure moved behind the monument to her left. A boy smaller. He wore suspenders unless it was just the suggestion of them. His hair was combed tidy at the top and messy at the back, which I only noticed because my own parents were weird about the same thing in old photos. He peeped around the stone like a cartoon and then pulled back, giggling into his hands. "We should call someone," Lena said, quiet. "Security. Or a ranger. This isn't funny." "I'll go get help," I said. And when I stepped back, the little girl moved, and not toward me. She turned and ran the other way, light as wind across the grass, and the boy followed, a streak of pale and gray. They went around the mausoleum and disappeared. "Wait," I called, even though I had no idea what I would do if they waited. We all trotted around the corner where they'd gone, breath visible now, a little fog in the breath of October. There was no one there. No rustle in the grass, no sound of small shoes, no glow of a phone. The only thing to greet us was the sealed iron door of the mausoleum on the backside, blank and unhelpful, and a feeling like when someone has just left a room you didn't know you were sharing. Lena tried the handle even though we both knew it would be locked. She knocked, then looked back at us embarrassed. Marcus lifted his camera again and then lowered it before finishing the movement. "I think I got them," he said, and he didn't sound like he believed himself. "Let me?" He shook his head, took off the lens cap he hadn't remembered putting on, breathed like he was going to be sick. "Let me check the preview." I watched his thumb scroll through images. A statue, a line of graves, Lena's arm blurry from a laugh, the hopscotch grid, the mausoleum door, nothing in between.
He swiped.
"There," I said, pointing, and he tapped back to the last shot of the path, the corner where the little girl had stood. It was empty. The light did something strange in the corner, a soft, bright seam as if the picture had been folded and unfolded. He pinched to zoom anyway, both of us leaning in, our breath fogging the screen. I thought of all the pictures I've seen online, the ones where there's a face in a window or a figure lurking between trees, and how I always tell myself it's just compression artifacts. The closer you look, the less you know. In the lower right of the frame, near the base of the stone, was a smear that might have been a hand if you wanted it to be. An impression of fingers. 5-4. You could make yourself see it. I did. "We need to go," Lena said, and something in the way she said it made me agree immediately. We turned toward the path where, far off, the glow of the gate lights gathered like a safe harbor. The wind kept switching sides, brushing one ear and then the other, so it felt like someone walking beside us. I tried not to keep count of our steps, but I did. 7 across the brick, 5 between junipers, 12 past the angel whose face always looks like it's about to move. At the last bend, we almost ran into Ms. Patel coming the other way, her tote on her shoulder and a Tupperware carried like an offering. "You should not be here after dark," she said, more worried than scolding. "They lock the main gate sometimes." "We're leaving," I said. "Come with me, Beta," she said, and she said it to all of us because that's what she calls everyone. "Don't stop. And don't talk to anyone." I didn't ask what she meant. We walked fast, her heels making a sober sound on the brick. Halfway to the gate, a voice piped up behind us. Not words, just a chime of a laugh, the wheel of it catching and turning. Ms. Patel didn't look back. "Don't talk," she said again softly. "It is not for you. We made it out." The gate stood open. The street was full of ordinary noises like tires and distant televisions and a couple arguing about takeout. The shock of normal can sometimes be worse than the strange. Ms. Patel urged us to the sidewalk while she fished for her car keys. "You 3 need tea," she said, "and something salty. You look white like paper." At that precise moment, I could have sworn the chalk from the hopscotch grid had dusted the edge of my shoe. I looked down. There was nothing. When I looked up, the cemetery behind the fence had become what it always is after dark. A dark shape that holds darker shapes, polite and silent. We went to my apartment because it was closest. Lena made a show of banging the dirt off her bike tires like it mattered. Marcus went straight for my couch and sat without turning on a light. I poured water into the kettle because it was something to do. The neon from the bodega across the street blinked against my window, a slow heartbeat. Nobody spoke for a while. The kettle complained and quieted. The steam rose. In the quiet, I kept hearing that tapping on the glass, except it was not at the window. It was in my head, a little metronome that said, 1, 1, 1. Dion, my manager, texted at 9, an employee group chat thing about the schedule, and the normalcy of it made me dizzy. I typed back a thumbs up and then switched my phone to silent. The tea tasted too strong. Lena pinched salt onto 4 Ritz crackers, the way our mother always did when our stomachs were bad, and handed them out like medicine. Marcus stared at his camera in his lap as if it had betrayed him. Eventually, we tried to rationalize. There had to be a family still in there, kids who ran ahead. The weirdness with the glass could have been an animal, or a leaf you only think you saw. The photographs, well, these cameras misbehave in low light, right? The mind fills in. We were tired. We spooked ourselves. I'll go back tomorrow in the daylight, Marcus said finally. I want to see that mausoleum again. Maybe there's like a crack in the side where he didn't finish. He didn't have to. Lena said he shouldn't go alone. I volunteered to go with him because I am not a rational person. Because the mind tries to make something tidy out of everything, even fear. We made a plan to meet after my shift the next day, a Monday. That night I dreamed of the hopscotch grid. Not the whole board, just the 7-square, bold and urgent. I dreamed of the sound chalk makes when it breaks. When I woke to my alarm, the first light in the window made the room look underwater. I splashed my face and tried to laugh at myself in the mirror, and stopped when my reflection looked too hopeful. Work was a cement block to the head. Jill from the weekday crew was out, so I took her orders too. People were already talking about Halloween decorations, where to buy the good fake cobwebs. A cop came in, one of the friendly ones, Officer Barnes. He sipped his Americano and told me he used to cut through Oakland as a rookie because the sergeant said it would toughen him up. He laughed in a way that didn't reach his eyes. Don't do that, he said, and tipped his cup at no one. After my shift, I met Marcus at the gate. He looked like he'd never slept. He'd been up editing photos for a client. He kept rubbing his thumb on his index finger like he was trying to change a tiny dial. We went in. Daylight makes differences that feel too generous. The mausoleum was just a mausoleum. The stained glass was dirty but intact. The iron door was locked and rusted in a way that said nope to any entrance. We knelt and checked the edges, the seams, the ground. We found nothing. We did find the hopscotch grid. It was there, brighter. A fresh 9 had been added at the top, a circle rather than a square, drawn harder like the chalk had snapped and been gripped again. I looked around for kids and saw only a tour group, a woman in a visor, a groundskeeper pushing a wheelbarrow with a broken handle. The groundskeeper was someone I recognized, a tall, quiet guy named Tyler who always wore noise-canceling headphones around his neck even when they weren't on. I called to him, asked if he ever had to clean up after kids. People are respectful, he said, considering us without suspicion. Some stuff shows up, coins, little toys. The chalk, he shrugged. It rains, it goes away. It comes back. You ever see kids at night? Marcus asked, and there was a wobble in his voice he probably thought he hid. Tyler squinted at the sky like he was checking the weather. You know what's open here all night? He said. The city. The old streets. That's what you hear. That's what you see out of the corner of your eye. Little pieces of the past trying to keep up. He pushed the wheelbarrow on with a soft squeak that lingered after he was gone. We brought chalk the next day, which I realize now sounds insane. We didn't talk about why we brought it. It was one of those decisions made without speaking. A trick learned in childhood, like when you and your sibling both hide behind the same curtain because of some logic you share only then. I bought a pack from the aisle with school supplies. It was the cheap kind, dusty and pale. We came back at dusk because that's the dumbest time and we were dumb. Lena said she had class late. She couldn't come. It felt wrong not having her. Not to be dramatic, I said as we reached the hopscotch square. But if we get caught drawing in a cemetery, I'm blaming you. Marcus looked guilty for the first time. We'll just, somewhere it won't mess anything up. He picked a flat stone that wasn't a grave marker, part of a border, and he drew a simple line. The chalk made a sound I will always be able to hear, a dry squeal. He wrote, "Hello." He waited. I laughed once, too loud, and it cracked in the air like the chalk itself. We heard nothing. That was almost worse. The quiet reached into our pockets. We stood there like we were waiting for a bus that didn't come. "Okay," Marcus said finally, and I could tell he wanted to apologize to me for bringing me here. He knelt and drew a hopscotch square of his own. Neat, the kind of adult neat you can't undo. When he finished, I said, "It's too perfect. I don't know how to draw like a kid." He looked up at me, and that was the first time the thought came sharp. What does it take to be noticed? We shouldn't have asked that question. We'd agreed not to push it. We weren't going near the mausoleum again, so we stuck to the path by the entrance where we could still see the gate lights and where the glow from the street makes the trees look like stages. I took out my phone and set the voice memo app to record, feeling like an idiot, explaining aloud that this was for my own sanity. We sat on a bench. We waited. I don't know how long we waited. I listened to the kinds of sounds you forget to listen to. The crosswalk click somewhere beyond the fence, a scrape from a skateboarding teenager riding the curb down Memorial, music leaking from a car like syrup. Marcus fidgeted with the chalk, rolling a stick back and forth across his fingers like a tiny baton. I must have blinked with my whole body because when I noticed again, the chalk wasn't white anymore. The end of the piece was dusty with a faint blue. The sapphire stick from the pack had left a ghost on it. Except we hadn't opened the blue. I looked at the hopscotch board. At the top, a new 10 had appeared. The chalk used was not the one we brought. The numbers had the same messy hunger as before. The 0 of the 10 was too big, a mouth. I tried to sound normal and failed. Marcus, he was already standing. He had stepped into the first square and then out again, testing like you test ice. "Don't," I said. "It's not, don't play with it. It's a kid's game." He forced a laugh that made me hate him for half a second. "See?" He hopped softly into the 1 square and then the 2, and it was so gentle, the movement of a man stepping into an old photograph of himself. He stayed there, balanced. "If there are kids," he said, not looking at me, "maybe we just show them we see them. That we're not..." The sound that interrupted him was the absolute smallest sound. It was the sound of chalk being used. Behind us, not close. The hair rose along my arms in a wave. We both turned at the same time, our bodies making the choice for us. In the dimness, a stick of chalk was moving on the sidewalk by itself in short, careful strokes, as if guided by a hand too light to be seen. First a line, then a short cross line, then another line below, a letter, an A. The chalk lifted. It fell again. And I didn't breathe. If I am honest, I wanted to cry. Not because it was terrifying, although it was, but because it was suddenly so sad. The chalk made a shaky O. The letters the chalk made spelled my name. I could have left then. I could have turned and run for the gate. I could have pretended I was the kind of person who didn't want to know what happened next. Instead, I did the worst possible thing. I said, "Hello." It came out small, the kind of hello you give a shy kid. "My name is..." I didn't finish because a giggle bubbled up near my ear and ran away like a drop of cold water. The letters stopped. The chalk rolled as if someone had set it down too fast and it skittered on its own. Marcus said, "What do you want?" And I hated him again for being too direct, like he was the teacher who tees up the question nobody wants to answer. The chalk returned to the ground. It made a crooked line. It made the letter P, then L, then A. The letters crawled out until we had PLAY. "Okay," Marcus said, his voice cracking into a whisper. He looked at me like I had veto power. I shook my head without meaning to. He stepped into the next hopscotch square anyway. Just to show, he hopped. He landed, he hopped again. It was gentle, almost tender. The chalk scraped somewhere off to our left, and when I turned to look, I saw a small hand. Pale, quick, 5 tiny crescents of nails. It rested for a second on the edge of a headstone and then dropped out of sight. I don't know why the sight of that hand moved me more than the chalk, more than the laugh, more than the name written on the sidewalk. It made it real in a human way. I wanted to ask if it was cold, if it was tired, if it needed to go home. Marcus hopped to the 8 and landed with a little grunt. He was breathing through his mouth. The air had the taste of pennies. "Almost done," he whispered. "We'll go. I promise." When he went to hop again, his shoe slid on the edge of the square, and he pinwheeled his arms, and I reached my hand out without thinking. He caught my wrist. His fingers were sweating and cold. He found his balance and laughed shakily in a way that sounded like it hurt his ribs. "I'm fine," he said. "We're fine." He let go. The obvious thing happened next, but in a way I can't explain. He went to hop into 9, and his foot found ground that wasn't there. He didn't tumble in a dramatic fall. He didn't pitch forward into a hole. He stepped, and there was a space, a give, a softness like a couch that isn't where you left it. For a heartbeat, his knee buckled as if the square dipped under him, and in that fraction of a second I thought I could see the sidewalk through his ankle, like heat through a mirage. Then he recovered. He made a joke, damn, out of practice, and finished. He turned to me with raised eyebrows like, "See? The game wants us to finish a game." I swallowed and clapped once because clapping felt like a spell to break a heavier one. The sound died too quickly. We left immediately after. I don't remember leaving, which is either because the brain is kind or because we weren't alone and I didn't want to mark the way. When I got home, I erased the chalk on my front steps without thinking, even though there was none there. I put salt by my windowsill because that's what a superstition told me once in a book. And I never do what superstitions say, but I did. That night Marcus called at 1:14 a.m. I saw his name and answer swiped without thinking. His voice was quiet and too slow. "Can you hear that?" he asked. At first I thought it was static. Then I realized it was a melody, very soft and uncertain, sung by one voice and then another. "Ring around the rosy," he said before I could put it together. He laughed without humor. "I know." On the nose, I asked where he was. He said his apartment. He said the song was coming from the hallway outside his door. He said the hall light was flickering. He said this in a flat way, like a bored newscaster reading a feel-good story. I told him to call someone. He said who, and I didn't have a good answer. The idea of calling the police and saying, "There are children outside my door at 1 in the morning singing nursery rhymes," seemed like a criminal waste of resources. But lullabies at 1 in the morning were worse alternatives. Lena texted me, "You up?" at the same time. I conference called them both because I didn't want to say the words twice, and because part of me didn't want to be the only one hearing what I was hearing through the phone. I needed someone else to suffer the same frequency. We all listened. The song went around again, more confident. Then, like a record pulled off a player, silence. The kind that hurts your ears. The kind that makes you aware of the small human sounds you make. Swallow. Breath, hard in your neck. When the knock came, light. Polite, deliberate. Marcus breathed like he'd been underwater longer than anyone thought. "Don't," I said, although he hadn't moved. He whispered, "What if it's someone who needs—" Then a child's voice said his name through the door. Not how a friend says your name. How a kid reads it off a class list. He hung up on me. I called back 5 times. He texted once, 1 sec, and I didn't get anything else for half an hour. When his name lit my phone again, the relief shuddered out of me so hard I had to lean against the fridge. He said, "It was nothing. A neighbor's TV, I think. Sorry to freak you out." His voice was too fast and his words stacked on each other like falling books. The next day, he didn't answer at all. He showed up at my shop with eyes that looked rubbed raw, like someone had taken a rough towel to them. He said, "I went to Oakland this morning. I don't remember deciding to, I just ended up there." He rubbed his thumb against his finger, that little invisible dial faster. There was a toy at the mausoleum door, a wooden top. You know, the kind you wind with a string? It spun on its own for a second. He laughed, and it wasn't a laugh. I didn't bring it home. I'm not an idiot. He put his head in his hands and said, muffled, "I don't think they like that we left." We all agreed not to go back. This was maybe the first sensible decision we made. For 3 nights, I did everything like someone preparing for an exam. Salt, lights on, television at a low murmur so my apartment had company. When I slept, it was like falling off a truck. When I woke, it was like my blood hadn't moved. The 4th night, it rained. The real fall rain, coughing out of the sky in a way that made the gutters complain. The sound smoothed my nerves. Rain makes the world shared. Other people are forced indoors with you, less likely to be outside your door with chalk. I went to take the trash down to the building's bins behind the alley and stopped when I saw it. On the step, under the small overhang that kept it dry, was a hopscotch grid drawn in my chalk. The same 2 large circles for zeros, the same messy hunger to the numbers. It began at my door and ran down the hallway 2 squares and then stopped, because the hall was too narrow to keep going. Beside the 2, under the painted wall where the light switch is, tiny wet handprints splayed in a little arc, like someone had steadied themselves going around a corner. I stood there for too long. Then I kicked the chalk with my shoe and made myself call out, "Very funny," in a voice that sounded like someone else's. No one replied. My upstairs neighbor's TV was on, a reality show wash of voices that wouldn't resolve into words. I cleaned it with a wet towel and bleach because I didn't know what else to do. I threw the towel out. I went back inside and locked the door and then unlocked it and then locked it again because my fingers needed a task. The lock clicked too softly. When I texted the photos to Lena and Marcus, she replied immediately with, "This isn't a prank, right? I will murder you in a kind, loving way." He didn't reply for a while and then said, "They wrote my name on my window." He sent a picture. It was just fogged glass and one clear space where a finger had written Marcus on the inside of the pane. He wrote, "I wasn't home. I wanted a grown-up." That's the most honest way I can put it. I wanted to knock on Miss Patel's door or call my landlord or go sit in the coffee shop even though it was closed and be around the espresso machine hum, the safe ritual of milk steaming and grinder buzz. Instead, I did the next best thing. I called Officer Barnes's non-emergency line. I told him someone might be messing with us. I said kids because that was easier to say. He didn't make me feel stupid. He said they'd swing by our buildings a few extra times that week. He said October brings out pranksters. He said, "If anything happens, call." That night he drove by around 11 and I saw the sweep of his headlights through my blinds. I went to sleep with that image like a shield someone else held. At 2 a.m. I woke because my phone vibrated under my pillow. A voicemail from an unknown number. No message. Another immediately. I played them. They were both 7 seconds of nothing. On the third one, I turned the volume up and put my ear to the speaker. The first second is empty, then soft footfalls, a small hiccup of a breath like a child's. At the very end, a whisper with the texture of a paper bag. "Ready?" I stopped sleeping after that. We didn't go back to Oakland for 2 weeks. That is the period I began to think of as the negotiation. The chalk didn't appear again. The voices didn't knock. The city was loud in the normal ways and not in the ways that cut your insides. Then the day before Halloween, Marcus called and asked me to meet him at the gate. "Bright daylight," he said. "Cameras everywhere, tourists, it'll be fine." I said no. He asked me again. His voice had steadied. It was the steadiness of someone who has decided to jump whether you come with them or not. Lena insisted on coming. She said, "We're making a rule. We stick to the main paths. We leave if anything weird happens. We talk to people around us like normal humans." She brought a hot chocolate in a thermos the size of a baby. It steamed in the cold and smelled like rescue. We went in. The place was jammed. Families. A trio of goth teenagers posing like crows on a statue base. A tour group in matching scarves. 2 policemen talking to a groundskeeper about an unauthorized drone. The day was bright and almost ugly with sun. I took a breath and for a second felt stupid for being scared of a place whose worst threat that moment was a stranger's camera. We made a slow loop. A volunteer in a yellow vest waved and said, "Happy early Halloween." I stuck close to them like I could borrow their safety. We passed the mausoleum but didn't stop. The glass was just old and purple and the iron just old and stubborn. Marcus didn't lift his camera. We kept moving. The hopscotch board was gone, washed off maybe by the rain, maybe by an actual person with a conscience and a hose. We reached the small hill near the Jewish section, where the stones cluster and the brick path is half buckled by tree roots. A man with a tripod was there, so still he could have been a statue. He had a portable speaker at his feet, low crooning some indie song. He smiled apologetically when we squeezed by, and for a moment the created friendliness of the world returned, and I could pretend we were in it. Then a child ran past us, close enough to brush Lena's sleeve. We all jumped. The child was real. Her mom called after her, laughing. The child in the yellow jacket threw herself at a patch of grass and rolled. I laughed too, but it broke and died. When I lifted my eyes at the edge of the cluster of stones, there was a boy sitting on the ground. He wore a small navy coat I only noticed because the modern coat looked wrong on him. His hair was parted in the middle that same precise way. He had his knees pulled up, his arms wrapped around them. He wasn't looking at us. He was looking at a little red top that spun on the ground in front of him, except there was no string in his hands, and it spun so continued and true that even the air seemed to hold its breath for it. I shut my eyes. When I opened them, he was gone. Okay, I thought. Okay. I turned to say we had to leave and saw Marcus staring at the ground where the top had been. There, pressed into the dirt, were 5 little circles close together, the marks of fingertips pushing down. They were fresh enough that if you touched them, they would be yours, if you know what I mean. He took a step toward them like he'd been called. He was slow, deliberate. The sound that came off him wasn't a sound. It was the absence of one. I said his name and he didn't look at me. Then Officer Barnes appeared like a scene change, as if the city itself had sent him. He had his hat in his hands and the same Americano I always make him. He said, regular as anything, "Afternoon, folks," and the spell folded itself away like a handkerchief. The hill was just a hill. The dirt was just dirt. Barnes tilted his head at us like we'd been caught doing something and he couldn't remember what the something was. "Y'all enjoying the weather?" he asked. "Yeah," I said, and my voice came out firm. "We were just leaving." We left. We didn't discuss it on the way home because we didn't have to. At my door, Lena hugged me hard and said into my shoulder, "If you go without me, I'll be so mad." That night, I pushed my dresser in front of my bedroom door because it felt like doing something. I slept badly when I slept at all. I'm almost done. If you've read this far, thank you. Writing it out like this feels like carrying a container that's too heavy, and knowing you can't set it down without breaking it. 2 days ago, it happened again, but not at the cemetery. I was closing the shop alone. Dion got called into a meeting. Jill had a dentist appointment. The last customers were 2 tourists wanting directions, and a guy who ordered an espresso and drank it like a shot and left without wiping his mouth. I put the chairs on the tables. I wiped down the counters. I turned off the grinder, which always sounds like it has one last grind in it even when it doesn't. The sky outside had that last shallow light that could be afternoon or could be night if you weren't looking. There was a tap on the window. 1, 2, 3. It was probably nothing. The dumbest leaf in Georgia, a moth. I went to the window anyway because of course I did. The sidewalk was empty. The reflection of the shop gave me back a picture of myself holding a rag like a flag. Then from the very bottom corner of the window where the glass meets the sill, a small smudge appeared. It moved upward in fits. It was the smudge a child's hand would make pressing up from the outside, a small palm leaving a crescent of moisture with each climb. It moved like someone was trying to see in. The last mark it made bloomed into 5 little bulbs of clarity like a star. I stepped back so hard I hit the chair behind me. It fell and made the kind of sound you can't hide, so of course someone noticed. Someone always notices the wrong part. A woman passing by peered in like she thought I was closed too early. I stood there with the rag in my hand and felt. Ridiculous is the word, even though ridiculous doesn't cover it. Then I did something that felt like a betrayal. I wiped the prints away. I spread salt on the sill because now I'm that person. On my way home, I took the long route to avoid the cemetery, even though detours make you look like you're afraid of something, which I am. When I reached my building, there was a new chalk grid on the sidewalk across the street. It was perfect, adult neat. Some kids had played there earlier. I'd seen them, a dad wearing a baby carrier, a girl with a pink helmet. This grid was not that grid. It had an extra box, a 0 at the bottom, and under it in small letters the word start. I turned away and called Lena. We let the phone ring the way you do when you need the ring to fill the part of you that wants to run. She picked up and said without hello, "I'm looking at my window." "What about it?" She paused. "Not fingerprints. Maybe a reflection. It looks like..." Another pause. "It looks like someone has put their face against the glass like when you were a kid, you know? When you wanted to see inside a store after hours? It's nothing. It's absolutely nothing. Don't wipe it until I get there," I said, and started walking fast, and I wish I could tell you I never looked back at the chalk. But I did. And I swear to you this. In the space of that one glance, very small and very definite, the start had been smudged, and above it, in a little line like a row of teeth, were bits of broken chalk on the sidewalk. The wind didn't move them. The wind was somewhere else. I'm writing this now because we keep pretending to stop. The pretending isn't working. Marcus says, "Don't feed it," like it's a stray cat that knows your address. Lena says, "Look away," but she doesn't, not really. Ms. Patel left a small marigold on my stoop yesterday with no note, and I stood there like an idiot and wanted to cry. Officer Barnes says, "Call if anything happens," and what I want to say back is, something is happening in the spaces in between the things you can respond to. I know what you're going to say. Move. Stop going. Stop seeing. I keep thinking of that first laugh. How bright and normal it was, the way a laugh can be both a welcome and a trap. I keep thinking of that small, formal wave like a child told by a teacher to wave properly. I keep thinking of the top. I keep thinking of the letters pulled out of chalk like teeth. I keep thinking of how sometimes when I'm falling asleep, the tapping on the glass doesn't sound like tapping at all. It sounds like counting. It sounds like something trying to keep time with me. If you live near Oakland and you hear a hopscotch grid squeal into being when nobody's out, don't go check. If you see a handprint where there shouldn't be any hands, don't put your own hand up to measure. If a child says your name from the other side of a door, and their voice has that paper bag hush to it, don't open it to be kind. I'm not saying you'll be dragged anywhere. That's not how this feels. It feels like a game that wants to keep playing so badly it starts to follow you home. It's starting to rain again. The neon is on across the street, flickering. My hallway light burned out an hour ago and I haven't changed it, partly because I don't want to be in the hall and partly because the dark makes you honest. There's chalk dust under my fingernails even though I haven't touched the chalk since that last day. I keep hearing the smallest bit of a children's song at the edge of the dryer's hum, a half rhyme, a breath. The kind of thing you can write off as the refrigerator cycling or the pipe knocking or your heart. A minute ago my phone buzzed with a voicemail from an unknown number. I haven't listened to it yet. I'm stalling by typing this sentence and now another and now this one and now I'm going to hit play because that's the kind of person I am. And because it's worse not to know. I've set my phone down on the counter so I don't drop it. The speaker is on. If I'm quiet, I can hear it in the next room even over the rain. There it is. The sound of a small hand at glass and a voice so soft it feels closer than it is, asking as politely as it can with the patience of a game that goes on forever. Ready? I never thought I'd share this, but writing it down feels more manageable than letting it live in my head. If you're from El Paso, you already know what I'm talking about. If you're not, this is about Concordia Cemetery, the one they call the Boot Hill of the Southwest. When I took the night shift there, I told people I was just doing it for the paycheck. The truth is, I wanted to prove something to myself. The way you touch a hot stove because you think you're smarter than the last person who got burned. I was 29, in between jobs, crashing a lot on my sister Marisol's couch in a little place over by 5 Points. She was patient because she's always been patient, but rent is rent, and the apartment didn't magically get bigger. A buddy of mine from high school, Kevin, hooked me up with weekend security shifts through his uncle's company. Mostly construction sites, a parking lot downtown, the water plant by the river. Then around late October, his uncle asked if I was game for Concordia. Seasonal, he said. People try to sneak in around Halloween. Keep an eye on things. No big deal. You'll get a radio and everything. The first night I worked was cold by desert standards, maybe in the high 40s. The wind had that sandpaper feel that dries your lips even if you're barely breathing. The security office was a little prefab shed near the front gate with a buzzing strip light that hummed high and angry. The guard before me, an older guy with a smoked-in voice named Eduardo, gave me a quick rundown. Walk the east fence on the hour, west fence on the half, he said, tapping a paper map with circles and X marks. If you hear voices, it's the wind. If you see lights, it's teenagers with phones. Don't chase. Just announce yourself, radio me if you need me. Don't be a hero. Eduardo had a joke for everything, but he did look at me in this particular way when he handed me the keys and the flashlight. He didn't call it superstition, but it wasn't a laugh either. If something calls your name, he said, don't answer. If you have to answer, say a different name. He shrugged. It's an old thing, my mom said. We went over the boundaries in the caretaker's house. Mr. Valdez, a thin guy in his 70s who locked up the main office at 9 and gave me a goodnight nod. There was also a small chapel mausoleum, more decorative than anything, with broken stained glass at the top that rattled when the wind pressed on it. I've seen 1,000 places like it. vandalized, graffitied, forgotten. Concordia's big, though. Too big to wrap your mind around in one night. Graves packed like teeth, crumbled angels, tilted wrought iron fences around family plots. Some stones lean so far you want to push them back upright. I did what I always do to calm nerves, routine. At 10 to the east fence. At 10:30 the west. Back to the gate at 11 for hot coffee from a green thermos Marisol insisted I bring. She packed it with a little note, "Don't be dumb," and a heart. I folded the note and put it with my license. I'm telling you this because small things matter, especially later. The wind was the first thing. It didn't sound like wind. It didn't howl or whistle. It muttered, like a crowd 2 blocks away. You know how when you're outside a restaurant, you can tell people are speaking but you can't pick up the words? Just bursts of syllables? This was like that, but thinner, as if someone was talking through a long plastic tube. I told myself it was the wind through the grass and the rusted gates, but it had cadence. It was a whisper that kept trying different shapes until one felt right. The first time it seemed to say my name, I laughed out loud. "Sure," I said, "okay." It came from my left and I shined the flashlight that direction. Nothing. Just a marble marker with an angel missing its head and 100 little pebbles scattered by the wind. I moved on. I'm a normal guy. I don't jump at shadows. The light caught the question marks and graffiti on a low crypt wall. Everything felt flatter in the beam, like the night turned to paper where I pointed. At 11:45, I heard a metallic tap from the far end by the west fence, where the chain link had been secured with fresh ties. Tap tap, someone testing the give. Kevin always said to announce yourself early. Half the time they leave just because they know you're there. So I said, "Security. This is private property. I'm coming over there." My breath blew white. The air tasted bitter like blown dust and something faintly sweet like old flowers stashed away. Another tap. Then a whisper that felt too close. "Roberto." That's my name. It came from behind me this time, and you know that part in movies where the guy slowly turns around? In real life, you whip around so fast you almost fall. I flashed the light backward and caught only weeds moving. Crinkly gray weeds that clattered against headstones like someone lightly drumming fingers. I tried to walk it off. Keep to the route. Arrive at the west fence with my pulse back where it should be. The fence line faces a road. Beyond that, low warehouses, and further south the dark black of the river. A border patrol truck rolled by once and didn't even slow down. There was no one in the fence line. I did notice one of those little wind socks someone had tied on a grave, a faded orange ribbon, twitching in short bursts to the left when the wind was coming from the right. If I'd had someone there with me, I'd have called them over and asked if they saw it too. And maybe it would have been funny the way weird small things are. Instead, I called Marisol on my lunch break at midnight. "How's the haunted dirt?" she said. She had put on a movie and the TV was low in the background. I could hear the muffled rise of music. "Don't be dumb," I told her, reading my note back to her. We bantered. It felt normal. When we hung up, she said, "Text me when you're off so I know you didn't get eaten by an old cowboy." I promised. Little promises matter when things get strange. They anchor you to hours that still make sense. The second night, Kevin came by at 10 with burritos because he's that kind of friend. He parked by the front, gave me the food through the gate, and we stood with the fence between us like we were in some old movie where the guy is locked up. "Any TikTok kids last night?" he asked. "Not really," I said. I didn't tell him about the voice. I'm not the type to fall into that role, the dude who hears things. He looked around and pointed to the far western corner. "I used to cut through here when I went to tech," he said. Dumb, I know. It always felt like I was walking across someone's living room. We ate. Our breath made little clouds. Somewhere over by the rail yard, a horn bleated that low, long note that makes nighttime feel later than it is. From the chapel mausoleum, something thumped. Not loud, more like someone bumped their shoulder into a door and pretended it was nothing. "Rats," Kevin said. "Or a cat." He stuck around for another hour, then left. Because the thing about cemeteries is they're more boring than they are scary until they're not. The first obvious weird thing happened at 1:10 on the second night. I was behind the chapel and I heard it again. Roberto, close, as if breathed by someone standing in the cold behind my right shoulder. It came like a suggestion, as if they were handing my name back to me because I'd dropped it. I yanked my flashlight around and swung the beam across the dirt and the cracked plaster. No one. But I caught the reflection of eyes in the brush by the wall. An animal, definitely. But the eyes were low to the ground and then they were gone. I hate the way that looks. It's too fast to understand. I made myself do the rational thing, walk up to the chapel. The door had an old padlock with fresh shine where someone had replaced it. I stopped anyway. From inside came that same thin murmur of voices. Not a crowd. Not even two people. It sounded like one person trying out different speeds. My grandmother used to hum while she cooked. Slow and quick, changing tempo. It felt like that. Like the sound was testing its own shape. I put my ear to the wood because simulating that kind of bravery is the only way I can get it to grow. The wood was cold enough to burn. The whisper stopped. I leaned away, confused, then from the other side of the chapel, near the broken stained glass, I heard a chirp. It was my radio, which I'd clipped high on my jacket, catching some kind of interference. It buzzed with static, then a voice peeked through. The guy from dispatch back at the office checking in. "Concordia, you copy?" His voice blurred around the edges like it was smeared by wind. I keyed my mic. "Copy, just doing a sweep." He said something else, and for a second his voice blended with the whisper until they were the same noise. At 2 a.m, the city feels more honest. People are asleep or racing red lights. I walked the east fence and a plastic bag lifted on the wind and slapped the chain link, and I nearly jumped out of my skin. I was getting tired, which makes you wide open to suggestion. A cop car rolled by slow, the driver's window down. Familiar guy with a clean haircut. Leant Ortiz, I later learned. He lifted his hand and I lifted mine. And neither of us wanted to be the kind of person who stopped. Not because of fear, because then we'd have to talk about why. On my third night, Mr. Valdez, who kept to himself and had the kind of posture that looks expensive, met me by the office before he left. "Don't go near the Chinese cemetery section," he said. "The fence is down back there and I'm waiting on the city. Kids, they take stones and leave beer cans." I asked him if the wind always sounded like it had a throat here. He watched me too long before he said, "My wife says she hears Spanish out here. I hear English." "Eduardo?" He nodded. "He says he hears his mother in it." I tell myself it is the highway. "What do you hear?" I asked. He shrugged. "Some mornings it sounds like my name at the mailbox. Sometime around midnight, 2 teenagers tried to squeeze under the fence by the maintenance yard. I caught them half through, one boy, one girl, pale with that particular bravery, both looking at me more annoyed than scared. I shined my light at my own shoes so I wouldn't blind them and said, "Nope, out. I'm not doing paperwork tonight." The girl apologized. She said her aunt had told them about the witch who walks the graves, and they left, pushing each other and laughing once they hit the sidewalk. I wrote the incident in the log. Eduardo called on the radio and said, "Good catch, but yeah, don't do paperwork if you don't have to." There was comfort in that exchange, in how normal it was. It was later that the whispers started to sharpen. Not words exactly, but shape. The wind rises at Concordia in little phrases. It skips like breath-catching when you're trying to say something you might regret. I started to believe I was hearing 2 languages in it, Spanish and English braided, neither fully forming. My name came now and then, patient as if it was practicing. On the 4th night, Marisol came by after her shift at the hospital. She brought me coffee from that 24-hour place by the highway, and she made a face when she stepped inside the gate. "It smells like dust," she said, tugging her scarf tighter. She's always been more sensitive than me. As kids, she'd be the one to tell me when the room felt off before I felt it. She had a black beanie pulled down low and chewed on the edge of her sleeve like she does when she's thinking. We walked the main path quiet. She stopped near a toppled statue of an angel and squinted into the dark. "Do you hear that?" she asked. There was nothing obvious, just the same restless hush. "It's like a radio in another room," she said. "It feels personal, doesn't it?" She laughed after that, but it didn't stick. We sat on the low stone wall by the main gate, her legs swinging, my boots leaving a little pattern on the dust. She told me about a patient who'd kept asking to go home and only remembered his old address, one that had been torn down years ago. She said it hits differently at night when people want things you can't give them. I didn't tell her the wind wanted the small thing I could give. My name said back to it. When she left, I felt that drop in the stomach you get when you put someone you love back into a car and watch the taillights disappear. The whisper pressed a little closer after she was gone, and I told myself that was just me being dramatic. I could try to make the next part ornate, but the truth is, the strange parts wear normal clothes. For a few nights, nothing escalated. I walked, I recorded fence checks, I shined the light where a sound wanted me to, I said my line, "Security." I told the wind to knock it off. I told myself I was tired. If there was a pattern, it was that my name always came from where I didn't expect it, and the wind tried out the shape of words behind me and then to my left and then across the path as if it belonged to a person learning to face you. I'm going to skip ahead to a night when the cold settled like a decision and the sky over Juarez had a red smear that meant something was burning on the other side. Kevin took my Sunday shift so I could go to my cousin's birthday, but I traded again at the last minute because he wanted to see someone. So there I was, back out at Concordia, because habits are a kind of comfort even when they keep you in places you shouldn't be. The air had that after-rain smell, creosote and something green even though it hadn't rained. The ground kept the memory of moisture in the darker shade of dirt. Mr. Valdez wasn't there when I arrived. Eduardo said on the radio he'd gone home early. I clicked my flashlight twice. The battery had a handshake with me, the way old electronics do when they're trying to be friends and die at the same time. The chapel door thumped once as I passed, and the whisper tugged at my right ear. Light as someone blowing an eyelash off your cheek. You ask yourself, did I actually feel that? Or did my mind tape a memory over the present because it fit better? At 1 a.m., my radio popped and fizzed, and I heard my name again, but this time it wasn't the wind. It was a woman's voice. Roberto. The way my mother says it when she's about to tell me to take out the trash. I keyed the mic. Go ahead, I said, aiming to sound casual. Nothing, just the usual static. Dispatch, I tried. Then my own voice, tinny, replied, Go ahead. I froze with the mic still pressed to my jacket. For a second, my steroid-slowed brain tried to find the path forward. I don't do drugs, I wasn't drinking. I'd had coffee and a burrito and 2 granola bars that tasted like cardboard. Then again, as if we were playing telephone with no one in the middle. Roberto? Who is this? I asked. My voice came back to me a second later on the radio. Who is this? It wasn't the natural delay of a signal. It was off by just enough, like it had waited to hear the end before it began. The wind rose and fell. Somewhere a plastic bag ticked against the fence. I wanted to throw the radio, but I kept it clipped where it was. If you throw away the one thing connecting you to the people who aren't here, you feel it immediately. I think I knew then that something simple had ended. I headed toward the west fence because the ground there was more open, and something about being in the middle of anything felt smarter. As I passed the Chinese cemetery section, where Mr. Valdez had said the fence was down, I realized how careful I'd been not to look too closely at that corner. It was darker than the rest, maybe by a degree. The wind found a different note there. It sounded like a breath drug across a bottle. I stood and listened because that is the only way to know what you're afraid of. Roberto, the wind said, in a voice that wasn't wind. The junk around it, the sand skitter and the leaf clack kept going, but the voice sat on top of it like a stone in a stream. It came not from behind me, not from the right, but from the place in front of me where the shadows looked like a knocked-over chair. I didn't answer. I remembered what Eduardo had said in Mr. Valdez's mailbox. I kept my hands out of my pockets so I wouldn't clench them. Night doesn't like clenched hands, Rob, it said next, and that was worse. That's what Kevin calls me, and my mother when she's rushed, and Marisol when she's making fun of me. Rob, can you... And the wind grabbed the end of the sentence and wrung it dry. I thought about leaving. I could walk to the front gate, lock up, radio that I'd been sick. People call in sick all the time for real reasons and invented ones. But the job is to stay where you said you would be, and quitting is a thing that echoes longer than you think. So I stayed, and I stood, and the wind tried out my name again, like it had all the time in the world to get it right. Around 1:30, 2 El Paso PD officers met me at the gate. A call they said they had to do because someone in the neighborhood had reported lights in the cemetery. It wasn't me. They could tell by the complaint that it was kids. Lieutenant Ortiz, the one I'd waved at before, came with a younger officer who had a face that hadn't learned to hide boredom yet. We walked the path together, our flashlights making the place feel like a stage with too many spotlights and no actors. Ortiz made small talk. How cold it gets when there's no clouds, how the coyotes sometimes come up from the river. When we neared the chapel, Ortiz paused. The younger officer, Gutierrez, shined his light up at the broken window. The colored glass clicked in the wind. You all right out here? Ortiz asked me, voice low. I'm good, I said. Mostly kids, he nodded. He heard the same wind I did, but he heard it like a window that doesn't seal right. Before they left, he told me to call if anyone gave me trouble. Then they went toward the gate and my light followed their backs until they were gone. 2 hours later, the radio crackled again and I heard something I have never told anyone because I don't know how to frame it without sounding cheap. It was Marisol's voice, and I'm telling you, there are 1,000 Mexican women who sound like my sister. But this was the way she rushes the first syllable of my name and drags the second. Rob. She said something else fast, like a warning you give as you lose your balance. Don't, and the rest was the wind. It wasn't a recording. There were too many little mistakes. It was the marbles in the mouth sound of a voice trying to fit through something narrow. I pulled out my phone and called her because I needed to hear her answer from a different world. It rang forever. When she answered, she was sleepy and irritated and soft. "What?" she said. "I work at 6. I asked her if she'd called me. She said no, of course not. I told her to lock the door. I told her twice. She said, okay, with that laugh again that doesn't land, and told me to go catch ghosts. When I hung up, the whisper said my name again on the breeze, and I pressed my tongue against the back of my teeth. Like that would hold the rest inside. Near 3, I made the mistake of trying out an answer. I don't know why. Fear is a pressure. It needs a valve. I turned toward the open space in front of the Chinese section and said softly, "No." Not like a kid throwing a tantrum, like someone stepping into a street with a hand raised. I had this idea that if I didn't give it my name, I could give it a word it could use. "No," I said again. The wind paused like a dog tilting its head. Then from behind me, the chapel said, "No," back in my voice. Not the radio. Not the wind. It bounced off the door with the appropriate muffled quality of a word spoken in an enclosed space. I hate writing that. It makes it sound like a set piece, and I'm trying to be honest. The sound came from inside because of the way it sat in the air, in a square box instead of the open. I turned so fast I stumbled. I shined my light toward the chapel door and imagined 100 normal things. A person inside saying no because they'd heard me. A pair of cats doing something animal that my brain made into speech. An echo that traveled wrong. The chapel door had no gap at the bottom. The lock looked uncut. I went close enough to see the pits in the metal of the hinges. Something thumped from inside, casual, a shoulder again. The whisper rose and let my name scatter across it in little pieces. Rob and Bert and O. The voice from the radio, mine, said, "No." Again. And this time I knew what it was. A loop. It waited for me to finish and gave the thing back with the edge shaved off, as if it didn't know where to stop a word unless I taught it. Do you know how sometimes you think of the smallest specific thing because it's the only thing your brain can lift? I thought of the heart drawn on Marisol's note, and I thought I couldn't let that noise put its hands on her name. It's silly and it's not. Those of you who love people know how small objects become borders. I backed away from the chapel because forward didn't feel like a human direction anymore. I went to the gate. I sat on the low wall where I'd sat with Marisol, and I watched the sky lighten not even a little, because it wasn't that close to morning yet. The wind said what it had to say into the tall grass, and the broken angels watched me without their heads, and I wanted to laugh out loud because this was the dumbest thing I'd done, sitting still in a place that wanted movement. But moving would be worse. There's a kind of trouble that wants you to run. I held the radio against my jacket so tight it made a print of the clip in my palm through the fabric. At 3:40, the radio spat a burst of static that sounded like a tossed handful of nails. Then in the gentlest, cheeriest voice, it said, "Good morning, you're on with KTSM," which was a local station we grew up with. It was an exact phrase with the exact bounce, except the bounce was half a beat late. I used to call their request line when I was in middle school and ask them to play Creed. You can judge me later. It said the line again, and then it discovered my name in the river of static and said that instead. Roberto, the exact way you'd say it if you've never said anything before and you want approval. It tried the R twice. Rolled it too long the first time. Better the second. It would be easy to say I decided to quit then, that I walked off and never looked back. But daylight has its own arrogance, and I stayed through the end of my shift because dawn rearranges things into the shapes you remember. The wind softened. The sky behind the mountains broke into lighter grays. I did one last patrol because that last lap is the one you do for yourself and not for the job. The Chinese section looked like an ordinary piece of land cut by a simple fence. The chapel door looked like a door. I touched it and it was warmer than I expected. Left over from the night in a way that didn't make sense. In the morning, I told Eduardo. He was at the office writing neat lines in the log. He nodded, and I could tell he was deciding which story of his own to not tell me. "If you hear your name," he said, "don't say it back." Then he added something that felt like he was passing a baton he hoped I'd drop. "If you already did, say a different name next time. It's the kind of folk solution that feels like it fits because it uses the same scale." He tapped the counter. "Don't let it get your rhythm." I tried 3 more shifts after that because I'm stubborn and because money is money. The whisper grew clever. It said things from the radio that I'd said earlier, but half a second off, like it had learned timing while I slept and was trying to surprise me with its own homework. It said my name at the exact moment a truck braked on the street. It called me Rob, and then one night said Beto, a nickname only my cousins use. The first time it did that, my hands went cold even though the night was warmer. "Got you," it was saying. "I know what else they call you." On my last night, Kevin came again because he knows me long enough to know when I was winding something down. He leaned against the fence the same way, the same posture from a month earlier, and he asked if I was spooked. He meant it as a joke, but not all the way. I told him about the radio, and he laughed, not at me, but for me, to show me we had normal laughter left. He offered to stay a while, and I told him sure. We walked the center path, and it didn't feel like a stage that night. It felt like a hallway. Near the chapel, he got quiet. "Do you hear that?" he asked, and I braced myself because that line had started 1,000 scenes in my head. He didn't mean the wind. He meant a different sound entirely, a tiny knocking like a marble rolling and touching wood. "Probably a bird," I said. He nodded, eyes narrowed. That face you make when you hear someone whisper your name in a room and it turns out to be your own brain. He said Rob, and my radio said it back, Rob, almost overlapping with him. He stiffened. "Do they do that?" he asked. I shook my head. We both looked at the chapel. The stained glass shifted and clicked. He made a little face that meant he wanted to go, but he didn't want to be the one who said it. "Let's walk the fence," I said instead, which is a statement dressed up as a choice. We did the circuit. On the east side, a neighbor in a red hoodie walked his dog, a beagle who stopped and stared between the bars like he knew something fundamental about dogs and fences and people on the other side. The neighbor saw us and waved in that neighbor way where you don't want to talk, but you'll throw respect across distance. A border patrol truck did a slow pass. Airplanes on approach blinked too far away to help us. I told Kevin about Eduardo in the mailbox. He told me about a job in Phoenix he was thinking of taking. We made plans we both knew we wouldn't keep. The wind carried a stray strand of somebody's music from a party several blocks off, an accordion riff fast and bright. It sounded like daytime. For a bit, we got to ride that lightness. Back near the chapel, we were joking about how we'd both cried in the 4th grade when the Iron Giant died. And then the radio, with the impeccable timing of something that wanted us to notice it, said, "Don't." Just that. "Don't?" It was the woman's voice again, the not quite Marison one. "Don't what?" "Don't go near. Don't say my name. Don't pretend this can end with a story and a neat moral." Kevin looked at me like he wanted me to say it was a prank. I didn't. We stepped closer to the chapel because that's what you do when you think you might be repeating a story people tell later. I touched the lock on the door. It felt too warm, like I'd been holding it in my pocket. "Don't," the radio said again. And this time you could hear the edge of panic at the end of the word, the way you do when someone sees something you don't yet. I backed away, and to my left, near a low headstone, the wind tried out a new shape. It said Kevin. It didn't get it right the first time. It said Kevin, like a radio host reading from a card. The second time it got it right, and the radio repeated it with that half-beat delay. Kevin went pale. The kind of pale you can see in the dark. "Nope," he said, and I've never heard him say it with that weight. He turned and walked fast toward the gate, and I followed, because a lot of bravery is just not wanting to be alone. He waited until we were under the streetlight just outside the fence to say, "What is that?" I told him I didn't know. He asked if it had always said different names. I told him no. He asked if it had said Marisol's. I lied without even meaning to and said, "No." He rubbed his arms and said he felt like he had a fever. We stood there until he had a reason to drive away that wasn't the wind said my name. He said he'd text me when he got home, and I watched his taillights go like before, and I told the dark I wasn't impressed with it. I stayed to the end of the shift because if I had left early, I would have had to explain. At 4:50, right before dawn, bleaches everything into something your eyes can hold. The radio said my name, and then, in a whisper that wasn't the wind, it said, "I don't want to be here alone." It sounded like a kid learning the shape of a complaint. It tried the last word twice, shaving it down. Alone, alone. The first one fell short. The second one ran long. I didn't answer. I sat on the low wall. I watched the world turn toward morning. The neighbor with the beagle came back, smoke curling from his breath instead of a cigarette. He didn't glance in. The party somewhere had ended. A car alarm tried once and gave up. I thought if I just waited, the morning would fix it like mornings fix everything else. It did not. I gave my notice. Eduardo said, "Good," which is a word his mouth knows how to make. Mr. Valdez wished me luck like you wish someone happy birthday at work when you don't know their children's names. I went back to construction sites and parking lots. I slept better because I wasn't outside when the wind learned grammar. But about 2 weeks later, I was on Marisol's couch again, the TV playing one of those house-flipping shows where everything gets solved with paint. She was in the kitchen making arroz con leche because she makes it when the weather can't decide what it is. And she likes to control one thing with cinnamon and milk. My phone, face down on the coffee table, buzzed and then buzzed again. I picked it up. No caller ID. I slid to answer. Silence. Then voices in a line that made no sense, like a tape of a waiting room turned down low. And underneath, not the bottom layer, but the one below that. A wind-thin sound that wanted to be helpful, that reached for my name and almost said it. It clipped the last syllable. It got the first one right. I hung up. The TV host told me to consider an open floor plan. Marisol called from the kitchen. "You want cinnamon or no cinnamon?" She was just a room away, and the question felt farther. I told her cinnamon because that's the right answer. I turned my phone off. It rang anyway, which is impossible. And I hated that I had to write that sentence. When I answered, it was my voice that said, with that half-beat wrong, "Don't." And then, a second later, in a whisper that fit like a borrowed jacket, "Beto." I went to the window and looked out at the street. The wind pushed a plastic bag in a neat little tumble down the sidewalk. The neighbor lady across the hall was watering plants that didn't need it, because none of us know what to do with our hands when we've watched something we can't explain. I opened my mouth because it felt like I had to. I said Marisol's name, but it didn't come out like my voice. It came out thin and wind-bent, like I was speaking through a long plastic tube, and I shut my mouth so hard my teeth clicked. I wish I had a clean ending. I wish I could tell you I moved away, or that the call stopped, or that the sound found someone else more gullible. That's not what happened. I got a job at a tire place, and I learned how to rotate and balance without thinking. And sometimes that kind of learning keeps the other thing away, but not always. Sometimes on a bus, I'll hear the radio cough from a driver's dash, and I'll flinch like I hear my own name trying on its parts. Sometimes, when the wind moves the wrong way outside my apartment, it's like someone standing at my door practicing the first line they'll say when I open it. I haven't been back to Concordia at night. In the daytime, I've driven past and seen the weeds hugging the stones, the broken angels with their patient shoulder blades, a school group touring with matching t-shirts, a guy in a cowboy hat taking a photo because it's the kind of place people take photos. The wind still moves out there in phrases. If you stop your car and step out and listen just right, it's not a howl or a whistle. It's a person trying to form a sentence they heard someone else say. It starts with a name because that's the first thing people teach each other, and it tries yours like a key in a lock. It almost gets it right. And the rest of the words wait behind it, ready to come through if you let them. I don't know if anyone will believe this. I don't care, not really. I needed to put it somewhere outside my head. If you go out there at night, if you do the dumb thing I did and take a job because the money looks like a rescue, keep your shoulders loose and your hands open. Tell the wind a different name if you have to. Say no like you're standing in a street. Don't touch the lock unless you're ready to feel it warm from your own hand. And if something whispers to you through a radio or a door or your own phone, something almost you but not quite, don't answer on the first try. Because if you give it that, it learns how to ask for everything else. And it keeps asking even when you're nowhere near the gate. And you'll find yourself waiting, on a normal afternoon with normal cinnamon and normal TV, for the wind in your hallway to finish your sentence for you. I never planned on writing this for strangers, but my hands won't stop shaking unless I put it somewhere outside my head. If you're from Louisville, you've heard the stories about Cave Hill, About the soldiers and the magnolias and the geese, and maybe about the marble mother who cries even when the summer air is cracked and dry. I heard the whisper version at a backyard cookout in the Highlands, where my downstairs neighbor Joe swore his aunt saw wet streaks on the statue's face at midnight in August. No clouds, no dew, nothing. He said that's what grief does, ignores weather. It sounded like one of those things people say to fill the silence between cicadas and the clink of beer bottles. And then I touched her hand. I wasn't alone. My younger sister Mara had moved back into town after grad school, drifting through that weird year where every job description wants 10 years of experience for an entry-level salary. She was restless and curious. The kind of person who Googles how cast iron fences are made and stays up till 3 reading about pig iron and sand molds. Our friend Josh worked nights at a downtown hotel, so he kept our off hours. He liked urban legends because they gave him stories to tell guests who asked what locals did for atmosphere. We were a trio of insomniacs circling different reasons. It started with the sound of water, which is stupid because the apartment was old and the pipes ticked like knuckles in winter. But this was summer. I'd wake to a faint plink-plink from the window unit like it was crying, though the drip pan was bone dry. The air felt wrong, like a cold spot you walk through at the grocery store near the freezers. I mentioned it once over breakfast. Mara rolled a grape around her plate and said, "Your brain is trying to stick a label on new stress. That's all." The grape left a wet track on the ceramic like a slug trail. Josh called that night to say the hotel ice machine in the lobby had been spilling meltwater all evening, and no one could fix it. "Maybe Cave Hill's grieving mother is moonlighting," he joked, and then immediately said, "Don't look like that. I can hear you looking like that." We went on a Wednesday because we thought no one else would be there. We were wrong. There was a funeral closer to the entrance, a small group in black under a green tent, a trumpet playing Shenandoah thin as a wire in the heat. We parked farther inside near the old family plots and walked with our voices low because it felt right to do that. Sunlight winked off headstones polished smooth by 100 summers. There was that warm mineral smell that happens when rock bakes all day. Geese honked like they owned the place. Josh led us down a winding lane lined with towering trees and pointed at angel after angel as if we were touring a living museum. The crying mother wasn't an angel. She was a woman in marble about my mother's age. A shawl drawn over her head, the fold of it chiseled so gently you wanted to touch it. One of her hands held a little bouquet of stone lilies. The other was lowered at her side, the palm tilted out as if she had once been holding a child's hand, as if the child had slipped away. Her eyes were cast down, the pupils barely carved. If you stood on the gravel just right, they seemed to find your shoes. "This one," Josh said under his breath. "They say she weeps when the moon is bright or when the night is still, depending on which teenager you ask. Sometimes the tears smell like bleach. Sometimes they taste like salt. Sometimes it's just water. That's just condensation," Mara said, but softer than her usual "that's just" voice. There could be a micro fissure in the nose catching humidity. We circled her like we were afraid to startle her. On the base, someone had left a child's sock, pink and faded, and a row of pennies, all showing their clean backs, shields up. There were white streaks down her cheeks, a little rougher than the rest of the stone. You could convince yourself they were drip lines. You could also convince yourself that a hand had wiped them away at some point and left faint arcs. I did not put that thought in my head. It arrived on its own and unpacked. We were not the only people who knew the statue. A groundskeeper in a faded cap, later I learned his name was Mr. Ellison, was clearing old flowers from a nearby grave. He watched us with that mixture of suspicion and pity you develop when you spend your workdays among mourners and curiosity seekers. "Don't touch her," he called out finally. He wasn't loud, but we all heard him. "Not if you don't want something to follow you home." Josh smiled in his polite, "I work in hospitality" way. "We're just looking." "Is it true about the streaks?" Mr. Ellison said, scooping a bundle of dry stems into his cart. "It's true there are streaks. It's true the limestone nearby weeps after a rain. It's true that grief looks like water on a face. Which one you want it to be is the one you'll see." He turned away like the conversation was a plant that didn't need more watering. Mara snapped a picture of the statue's face on her phone, then a few of the base, the pennies, the little sock. "If it's just mineral runoff, it should scratch chalky," she muttered, mostly to herself. She reached out, then drew back, thinking of the groundskeeper, and put her hands in her pockets. I wasn't thinking, or I was thinking too much. I wanted to be the rational older brother who came along to prove there was nothing but pretty stone and hot air. I wanted to show Mara I wasn't spooked by neighbor gossip. I wanted Josh to have a story with the line, "My buddy touched the statue and nothing happened." A boring punchline. So I tapped the fingers of her lowered hand with mine. The marble was cooler than the day around it. There was a tiny slickness as if the stone had exhaled against my skin. I whispered, "See? Numbers plus rock." We walked after that because what else were we going to do, stand there and wait? We meandered through the older sections where the dates went back to the 1800s, where families carved whole parables in granite, clasped hands and vines and children sleeping under blankets of stone. I thought about the marble mother's palm, how precise the sculptor's chisel had been, the careful lines at the base of each finger. I rubbed my right hand absently on my jeans. By the time we got back to my car, there were 5 faint red ovals on the back of my hand, arranged like something had reached for me. I showed them in the rearview mirror and tried to make a joke. "Look, I've been blessed." They didn't look like cuts. They looked like rising heat under the skin, the way your face patches pink after you cry. Mara pressed her thumb against one. "Is it tender?" I didn't answer because I wasn't sure. Josh said, "You're going to freak out the front desk if you show up looking stigmata adjacent." They faded by evening, then came back in the night, brighter, the skin tight over each oval as if a blister were trying to decide what to be when it grew up. I woke to that phantom plink-plink again. The apartment had the heavy quiet of 3 a.m., a blanket of breathless air. In the kitchen, under the weak light over the sink, I held my hand under the faucet and watched the water bead around the 5 ovals as if they were naturally water repellent. When I patted it dry, there were 5 perfect dry islands in the towel like an inverse. I stared a long time at nothing. Mara and I stopped by Cave Hill again 2 days later, which is embarrassing even to say now. What did we think would happen? That we'd see a small sign that said, "Explanation this way." This time Mr. Ellison seemed to appear out of nowhere as we turned down the lane, like he'd been waiting behind a stone obelisk to catch us. He didn't look pleased. I said, "Don't touch her," he said to me, not unkindly, but with the exhaustion of someone who has repeated the same caution to the same kind of person 100 times. I showed him the marks because I felt like a kid who'd ignored a warning and now wanted absolution. He looked, then looked away as if he'd seen that exact arrangement before. "Let it heal," he said. "Don't come back for a while. Go home and stop thinking about her. She's not your grief." He said it like a prayer and like an order. "How do you know it's a she?" Mara asked, although clearly the statue was a woman. It was her way of asking what he meant by ownership. Mr. Ellison shrugged. "Feels wrong to say it to a face like that." He nodded toward a stand of trees. "If something weeps, you don't point and tell it to stop. You give it space. People forget that." He mentioned, almost as an afterthought, that a student years back had dared his friends and laid his whole palm in her hand. Came back 3 days later with a burn, he said. Doctor said it looked like a brand, but there'd been no heat. You could see where each finger had pressed him. He wore gloves all summer. He looked at my hand like he was seeing the ghost of those gloves. "Don't crowd the grieving," he said again and walked away. Maybe everything would have gone differently if I'd listened. Maybe I did listen, and it was already too late. Yesterday and tomorrow shove their elbows into the present whether you like it or not. We tried to do normal things. Groceries at the Kroger on 2nd, arguing about whether anyone actually drinks those tiny bottles of carrot juice. Folding laundry while the box fan chewed up the air. Josh came over with a small handheld recorder he used for band practice. "Let's make it boring," he said. "Let's go at midnight, play ghost hunters, and get absolutely nothing. Sometimes you gotta show the brain there's no monster under the bed." Mara looked at me. I looked at the marks on my hand and told them I was fine. That night we went anyway. Cave Hill at midnight is not empty exactly. It's more like a place where the usual noise has been smoothed down to a low hum. The geese slept in a loose huddle on the grass, heads tucked, a few lifting their necks to watch us pass. We parked off to the side and walked with our phone flashlights low. The marble mother glowed faintly under the big trees, reflective as the inside of a shell. The night smelled like hot stone exhaling the day's sun. The air pressed against us without relief. When we stopped in front of her, everything else seemed to step back. Josh clicked the recorder on and held it at his chest. "Okay," he said, half sarcastic, half talking himself into courage. "If the lady's crying, if anybody needs to say something, cool, we're here. If not, also cool. We'll be on our way." He set the recorder at the base of the statue, near the pennies and the sock. Mara crouched and studied the face with her flashlight off. so as not to interfere with whatever night did to the texture of stone. I tried not to look at her lowered hand. I tried and failed. The ovals on my hand warmed under the skin as if a light inside had switched on. I slid my hands into my pocket so I wouldn't do anything stupid. The air went still enough that I could hear the small tremor of the recorder's plastic casing cooling, that tiny crackle. Then another sound threaded into the quiet. It was not the plink of water, not at first. It was the sound of someone trying not to cry. A breath held too long, released like it hurt to let it go. We all froze in the same posture, shoulders up, eyes looking everywhere and nowhere. The sound didn't come from the bushes or the road. It seemed to live in the few inches of space between the statue's face and the night air. A heavier exhale followed, and then, finally, a soft patter that could have been drip on stone or could have been nothing at all. Josh whispered, "Are you getting that?" It came out as a squeak. I leaned toward the base out of habit, not reverence, to check the recorder's red light. It blinked steadily. Mara's voice when it arrived was so small. "The streaks are wet," she said. "Only there. The cheeks, she didn't touch them. She has more caution than I do." A nearby leaf made the quietest ticking sound as a drop of something fell. The 5 ovals on my hand sparked like they'd been touched with ice. I stepped back. The recorder clicked twice, not off, but with the cheap plastic noise of something adjusting. Then there was a sound that didn't belong to a machine or to us. It was like someone saying a word and swallowing it at the same time. A wet syllable, a name without enough breath. We did what cowards do. We scooped up the recorder and left. We didn't run, but we walked with that stiff, fast pace that's worse than running because it admits fear without the courtesy of speed. At the car, we slammed the doors like children and laughed in the high-pitched way of people congratulating themselves on surviving their own choices. "It's condensation," Mara said, shaky. The temperature dropped. It had not dropped. The air was a held note. Josh stared at the recorder like it might tell him a joke to put him back together. "Let's play it," he said, and then, "Not here." Back at the apartment, we put the recorder on the coffee table and sat around it like it was a board game. Outside, a siren wound itself through the neighborhood and away. The marks on my hand were raised now, small white domes of skin that ached without breaking. I didn't want to touch them, and I didn't want to stop touching them. Josh hit play. Mostly you could hear us breathing and shuffling. When that odd exhale entered, the living room air seemed to lean. The recorder captured it as a soft distortion that made my chest feel hollow. The patter followed, gentle, regular. Water on stone, water on water. Twice the recorder clicked. Then the sound of a voice arrived in the way a storm does, too far to be certain, near enough to prick the skin. The word, it was a word now, sounded like mine or Mara, or maybe nothing at all. The way a creek says hush if you're listening for hush and rush if you're listening for rush. We sat very still. Josh swore. Mara reached for the recorder and pressed rewind, then play again, then again. Each time pressing the button a little harder as if force would clarify intent. On the third replay, something new crept in. A faint tap on plastic as if a fingertip testing a surface. Then a dry scrape. The recorder's red light blinked on the table, steady, steady, steady. "I have to go back," Mara said quietly. She was looking down at her hands, not at us. "I don't know why. I just have to see if..." She stopped because she didn't know how to finish it. Josh said no. I said no. She looked at me like I was being an unreasonable parent. "What if it's a leak above the statue?" she argued, grabbing for science. "An irrigation line or something." We all knew there was no irrigation line above an old marble statue. But grateful lies are still lies you hold. We made a deal. Daylight the next day we'd go look for plumbing. Ask Mr. Ellison if he'd humor us, and then we'd be done. We all slept terribly. Around 3, the plink-plink woke me again, but this time it wasn't the invisible drip pan of the window unit. It was near, as if something had found the hollow in the room the way water finds the lowest point. I got up and stood in the doorway of Mara's room. She was awake too, eyes open in the dark. "Do you hear it?" she asked. "Don't say condensation." Neither of us said anything else. We arrived at Cave Hill in a gray morning that made the kings of the trees look taller. A light mist hung over the grass but didn't settle on our clothes. Mr. Ellison was already there, or always there. He rubbed at a grease stain on his pants with his thumb like he was thinking about something else. "You again," he said without surprise and without scolding. We told him about the recorder. We didn't tell him about the word. He watched our faces and shook his head once. "You can ask your questions," he said. but be ready for them to ask you back. The statue looked the same as always except for a darkening of the streaks, as if rain had found her in the night. The sock at the base was gone. The pennies were rearranged. The shield still faced up, but a new tarnished one had been added on top of another, offset like an attempt to hide a number. Mara scanned the trees for pipes, the ground for damp leaves. Nothing unusual. She stepped to the side to check the angle of the cheeks. I stayed behind the boundary of gravel because I was learning something about boundaries I should have known already. People bring their hurt here and ask to put it down, Mr. Ellison said beside me. Some things in this place listen. Some of them take it. Some of them hand it back. He didn't look at the statue when he said it. He looked at the space between our feet. I asked about the student. He shrugged. He's around, he said. I see him at the grocery sometimes. He's fine. Keeps his hands in his pockets when he walks down the freezer aisle. He said it so casually that it landed heavier. I asked if the crying mother had a name. He laughed without humor. You don't name something like that. You call her what she is and let her be it. Josh stepped closer to the face, leaning in the way people do with famous paintings, trying to catch the brush strokes. What if it's just that the stone breathes funny? He said with a grin that had no humor either. Maybe it exhales only on Tuesdays. He wiped his forehead with the back of his hand, leaving a shiny stripe of sweat. He pointed at the cheeks without touching them. They're dry, he said. Look, I mean drier than earlier. He sounded disappointed and relieved in equal measure. The moment was as thin as the difference between a laugh and a sob. Then Mara did a small, stupid thing that I haven't forgiven, and have completely forgiven because I understand what pushed her. She reached up with one finger, the nail bitten short, and barely touched the left streak near the corner of the stone eye. Not a press. Not even a tap. Just a graze. Like you'd check whether a countertop had set after you painted it. She flinched as if she'd touched a battery. It's cold, she said, and pulled her hand back. There was nothing on her skin. There was no mark on the stone. The world didn't tilt. A goose honked somewhere with bored authority. We stood there like kids who have rung a doorbell and don't know whether to run. Mr. Ellison took off his cap and put it back on. All right, he said. You've done what you came to do. Go on now. He didn't sound angry. He sounded like a doctor discharging a patient he knows will Google symptoms anyway. We didn't go right away. Josh dug a penny out of his pocket and added it to the little pile, face up because he's superstitious in rational clothing. I looked at my hand. The ovals had cooled, the skin less shiny. It felt like the pause after a weather report says, scattered storms possible. You don't know whether to cancel your plans or not. We finally thanked Mr. Ellison in that awkward way you thank people for doing nothing more than letting you leave. And then we went home. If that were the end, I wouldn't be writing this. It would be a dull anecdote. We thought we heard crying, we touched a statue, nothing happened. Instead, the apartment started to smell faintly of bleach on the hottest days, like a janitor closet door left open somewhere. I wiped the counters and checked the bathroom and sniffed the laundry. The smell didn't have a source. It would come for 5 minutes and then evaporate. The plink-plink in the night developed a companion, a click like a small hard thing set on a table. Once, I woke to find the recorder on the coffee table with its red light on, though I hadn't moved it. Josh swore he'd turned it off. So did I. The file that time was nothing but hiss for 3 minutes, then a soft, breathy exhale that was either me or not me. I listened to it 3 times and couldn't decide which was worse. Mara started keeping a glass of water by her bed and wouldn't say why. I found her one afternoon sitting on the floor of her room with a shoebox in her lap, full of old ticket stubs and a withered wristband from a hospital visit when she was a teenager and broke her arm. She looked up at me and closed the box fast like I'd caught her doing something inappropriate. It helps me remember that I'm not made of new days, she said. I didn't know what to do with that sentence. Josh stopped coming by as often. When he did, he had stories about the hotel, how a couple with a crying baby checked in and the baby settled only when they walked past the lobby fountain, how the fountain's pump had to be reset twice that week because the intake kept clogging with nothing. He would tell the stories like jokes and then look at me to see if I laughed, and if I laughed, we were fine for another day. If I didn't, he'd blow out his breath and say, "We gotta stop feeding it," like we were bringing the stray cat of dread to our back door. The 5 ovals faded. New skin smoothed over the tender places. I should have felt gratitude. I felt hollowed in the shape of a hand that did not belong to me. On a Sunday morning, I went back to Cave Hill alone, because human beings are very bad at doing the thing that helps and very good at doing the thing that stings. I told myself I was taking flowers for the general idea of grief, no one in particular. I bought a cheap grocery store bouquet and took the long way through the headstones, saying names out loud sometimes just so they wouldn't only live in letters. The marble mother waited where she always does, patient, looking down. The pennies were gone. The base was clean. The old sock had been replaced by a small folded note tucked under the edge, damp as if someone had licked it shut and then changed their mind. I didn't open the note. I'm not a monster. I laid my flowers at the base and stepped back. The air was the kind of summer heavy that makes street signs wobble in heat mirages. My shirt stuck to my back. I looked at the statue's face until my own eyes watered just from not blinking enough. I decided I was doing nothing but proving that my feet knew the way back here. I turned to leave and almost ran into Mr. Ellison. He was closer than I expected, his cap in his hands this time like in a church. He said, "You don't look better." It didn't sound like a question.
"How do you make it stop?"
I asked, and I heard what an answerable kind of magic I wanted there to be. He studied my face, then looked at the statue's hand, the lowered one. "You don't make it stop," he said. "You get used to holding it without crushing it. You say thank you to what listened, and you stop asking it to talk back." He shifted his cap from one hand to the other, "and you don't bring it home by touching it." He could have stopped there, but he added very softly, "It's not personal. You're not special. It's just a thing that happens to people who can hear or think they can." I nodded, which is what you do when the only medicine available is time and it tastes like water. I left the cemetery and didn't go back, not for weeks. The recorder stayed in a drawer. The plink-plink quieted. The bleach smell returned just once on a day hot enough to make the tree sap shine. I began to think we had moved past the odd summer where we pretended to be the kind of people who keep ghost stories in their pocket like lighters. Yesterday, I opened my mailbox and found a small padded envelope addressed in my handwriting that I did not write. I thought it was some delayed thing I'd ordered. Inside was the little pink sock from the base of the statue, washed and folded. No note, no return address. I held it a long minute, then put it back in the envelope as if that undid the gift. When I turned to go upstairs, I heard it. One drip, then another from above me in the stairwell. Though there are no pipes on that side, only brick that stays warm in winter and hot in summer. I didn't look up. I don't know if that makes me a coward or a person who knows the limits of his curiosity. I keep the envelope in a kitchen drawer now, next to elastic bands and a pair of scissors with one dull blade. I tell myself I will throw it away soon. I do not throw it away. At night sometimes, when the window unit sighs itself into another hour of pretending to be helpful, I hear a faint click from the living room, like a small, hard thing being set on a table. I don't go check if the recorder's light is on. I lie still and press the back of my right hand against the sheet, feeling for a heat that isn't there until it is. If I breathe slowly enough, I can almost hear something else under the quiet, like the sound of someone trying not to cry 3 rooms away. Maybe it's a neighbor. Maybe it's me, remembering. Maybe it's a marble face a few miles from here, wearing old water on new streaks, not asking for anything, not offering anything, only expressing what stone can hold. I'm not going to touch her hand again. That's the promise I'm making by writing this down. But if you find a small folded note tucked somewhere it shouldn't be, and it smells a little like bleach and a little like rain when there hasn't been any, don't open it. Or do. Either way, the sound you hear after won't be the weather. It will be the quiet choosing where to pool. I never thought I'd share this with strangers on the internet, but every time I try to talk about it with someone who knows me, I choke on the parts that matter. It's easier to pretend it didn't happen, except it keeps happening. And the new moon is tonight, and the little things are starting again. The smell of damp soil in my apartment, the smears on the tile like someone touched it with dirty hands, the quiet sound of cloth brushing a wall when no one's there. So I'm going to tell this once, as straight as I can. If you know Central City, Colorado, you'll know where to picture all of this. If you don't, imagine a mountain town with old brick buildings that look like they got built from memory and stubbornness, a few flashy casino signs flickering in the wind, and a cemetery that sits just high enough above town to catch the worst of the weather. I'm a maintenance tech for slot machines. Not glamorous, but it pays the rent, and sometimes I get a night drive into the hills that feels like a road trip. Last summer, a casino in Central City kept losing power to its older machines. They'd flicker and die and then boot up like nothing happened. They wanted someone to babysit them at night when traffic was slow and the air was cooler. I took the shift because I figured I'd get some sleep during the day and maybe do some hiking before clock in. My sister Mara tagged along the first weekend. She just split with her boyfriend and wanted out of Denver for a minute. My buddy Tyler, who bounces between contract gigs and hobbies with surprising intensity, said he'd drive up too. He's into photographing weird places at night, the empty towns on the plains, old tunnels, that kind of thing. He had a new lens to test and insisted we check out the cemetery over the hill, so we made a plan. I'd work the late shift from 10 to 4. We'd crash at the motel by the bend with the annoying wind chime. In the afternoon, we'd walk the town, get dinner, then hike to the cemetery right before dark so Tyler could shoot blue-hour shots of the headstones. No trespassing, no breaking anything, just a quiet walk and a camera. The weather was clear the day we got there. Sky that sharp, dry blue that only happens at altitude. The air smelled like sunburned pine and dust. The wind never stopped, just pressed its fingernails along the ridges. It made the newer metal signs buzz and left the older wooden ones alone, like it respected them. Mara and I have a ritual when we travel. We find the grocery store and buy the same 3 things: trail mix, ginger ale, and those cheap granola bars that crumble into dust no matter how you eat them. The clerk behind the counter at the little store gave us that mountain town nod, more acknowledgement than friendliness. He asked if we were here for the casinos or the cemetery tour. When I said, work, he said, bummer. When I said, hiking, he said, watch for weather. And when Tyler came in later with his camera, the clerk said, don't film in the cemetery after dark unless you want to wake her. And then smiled like he'd told a joke. Tyler smiled back like he loved it. I didn't like the way the clerk's eyes slid to the window while he said it. Central City has a graveyard you can get to by a dirt road that looks like a driveway until it turns and climbs. It doesn't have a big fancy gate, just an iron fence with a few sections bent and a sign that leans a little. The sign has a list of dates and surnames, miners and their wives mostly, and a rule about staying off fragile areas. It's quiet up there in a way that amplifies whatever the wind is doing, so you get these strange pockets of loud and then silence. If you step between the stones, the grass grabs at your ankles. The older graves have pictures in little ovals with glass over them, cloudy and cracked. Some of the names are still clear, others are almost swallowed by lichen. It looks like the mountain is trying to take them back. We went up around 7. The sun still had heat in it, and a few couples were walking around with pamphlets, talking in low voices like they didn't want to bother the dead. A white pickup truck drove by and the driver, a woman in her 60s, hair in a braid, a jacket that had seen real winters, gave us a wave. You folks local? She asked through the open window. When we said no, she said, stay near the path, the ground can give in the old sections. They put the poor folks shallow. Then she looked at Tyler's camera and added, you don't want to bring anything home you don't mean to. She drove on before we could ask what she meant. Tyler loved the place immediately. He framed the evening light on a row of iron crosses. He asked Mara to stand near a headstone, a safe distance, not touching. He wasn't a jerk about it, so the camera had a scale reference. She rolled her eyes but did it, hands tucked into her hoodie, hair in her face. I kept scanning the stones for the oldest dates I could find, and repeated names like someone was taking attendance. The wind kicked up, and I smelled something like damp, even though it was dry enough to crack wood. Mara asked if I'd spilled my drink. I turned my bottle to show it was capped. Tyler said, maybe there was a storm. You feel the temperature drop? That was the first time we noticed it. The air had cooled by at least 10 degrees on one side of the path, like we stepped into a stream of cold. The second odd thing was the veil. Not a veil, not something you could put a hand on. Just a suggestion. The way a shadow falls when a bird flies over, and you catch it at the corner of your eye. It moved in a line from one stone to another, so soft that I thought I was tired from the drive. Tyler said, whoa, did you see that? At almost the exact moment, Mara reached for my wrist. None of us said what we saw. That made it worse somehow. Tyler zoomed and then put the camera down. Focus is weird, he said. It grabs at something that isn't there and loses the rest. Someone else walked by then. A young couple in hiking boots, hands linked. The girl looked at our camera and said, "Are you trying to see the bride?" Tyler, stomach for this kind of tourist lore, perked up. Mara made a face. I asked the girl what she meant. She said, "The Black Widow, the lady who walks here when it's dark. My aunt says she follows you down if you stare at her. People swear they've had muddy footprints in their kitchen the next morning." Her boyfriend said, "Stop." In a big brother voice, like he'd be the one to check the closet later, they moved on. Tyler's grin was a little too eager. "Muddy footprints," he said. "Classic. Atmospheric." We stayed until the last orange drained out of the sky. The town's lights came up in the valley, lazy and scattered, like someone had dropped a handful of coins and didn't worry about finding them all. The temperature did its mountain thing. Sun gone, heat gone, like someone turned a dial. I checked my phone and saw the moon calendar. New moon at 1:12 a.m. I don't keep track usually, but that night it felt relevant. On the way down, I touched the fence without thinking and came away with black smears on my palm. I rubbed my thumb and it came off gritty. Not quite soot and not quite dirt. Tyler said, "Coal dust?" I said, "From a fence?" He held his hand near my palm, and we watched the grit slide into the lines of my skin like it wanted to stay. I wiped it on my jeans. It left a mark that didn't fit with anything else I'd touched that day. The casino was quiet when I started my shift. 3 older ladies played penny slots, serious as mathematicians. A couple in their 20s argued softly near the craps table. The air smelled like carpet cleaner and cigarettes buffered by the world's most determined ventilation system. My boss, Quinn, gave me a nod and a list. He reeked of peppermint gum. "The machines by the old bar," he said, tapping the clipboard. "They're the ones that blink. If you see a tilt error, cycle the power, reseat the memory, and please don't tell me the power company hates us." Around midnight, the lights hiccuped. The floor wasn't full, but enough people noticed to make the room flicker with chatter. The 3 older ladies looked up at the same time. The machines rebooted and the sound returned. A friendly cascade of chimes like someone dumping a drawer of marbles. Quinn shouted, "We're fine," just as if it would settle the air. I did my rounds. While I was crouched behind a cabinet, headlamp on, fingers on a harness, I heard the most domestic sound in the world. Fabric brushing drywall. That's the only way I can describe it. Not loud, not spooky. The kind of sound you hear when someone in your house reaches for a light switch in the dark. I swung my headlamp without meaning to. The beam grabbed the edge of a wall where the old bar used to be, white paint scuffed with black streaks. I touched one streak, and it came off on my finger the same way it had at the fence. Black grit, not greasy exactly, but it left a stain on my skin. I wiped my hand on a rag and put it in my pocket, like maybe swapping the rag would swap the feeling. I texted Mara around 2. "You asleep?" She said she couldn't settle and was reading with the TV on mute. The wind chime outside our motel door kept tapping one note and then giving up. She said Tyler was probably still in his car editing photos. He likes to plug his laptop into the cigarette lighter and pretend it's a studio. Quinn came around then, made a face at the scuffs on the wall, and told me the bar used to be in that exact spot before the remodel. "Weird," he said, and walked away like weird was a resource we were paid to ignore. We got out at 4. The town was sleeping in the responsible dark, not the city glow. Tyler said he had a few frames he loved, but the focus went funny on about a third of them. Mara yawned and said we could talk in the morning. We stepped into the motel room and stopped at the same time. The tile by the sink had 5 footprints on it. Not full prints. Smears, really. Like someone stepped there with wet, dirty feet and then the rest of the dirt came off before hitting the carpet. The heel marks were barely there, but the ball of the foot had a shape, and where you'd expect toes, there were darker ovals. The prints weren't big. Not child small, but smaller than Tyler's, smaller than mine. Mara stared. Tyler said, "Okay, I probably tracked mud in." The prints were too centered to be an accident, and they were pointed inward from the door, not out. We didn't talk a lot after that. Mara got a towel and water and cleaned the tile like she was apologizing to it. Tyler took photos, then apologized to Mara while she cleaned up. I checked the lock. The deadbolt was set. The safety latch, too. The window was closed and sealed. I touched the glass and it was cold like it had been open for hours, even though it wasn't. When the tile was clean and the towel had turned gray in stripes, we climbed under the stiff motel sheets like kids hiding from a storm. I kept my shoes on. I listened to the hall and the room above us and the wind that never stopped and tried to find one sound that meant person. There wasn't one. I expected the story to end the next morning with an explanation. The towel had been dirty from something else. One of us hadn't latched the door. The desk clerk would say it happens, pipes burp, floors settle, don't worry about it. But it didn't end. When we went to check out, the clerk, a woman with a mug that said world's okayest boss, took our key and asked if we had enough towels. It was a weird question and I told her we did. She leaned in and lowered her voice and said, "You should get coffee downstairs at the cafe before you go back up the hill. Sometimes people forget to eat and it makes things worse." It was so out of left field that I said okay without arguing. At the cafe, the waitress asked where we were headed. When Tyler said pictures, she looked at his camera bag and then at me and said, "If you touch the fence, you should wash your hands in running water, not a bowl. Running water takes it away." I didn't ask how she knew we'd been up there. I just held my hands under the tap in the bathroom until the skin went pink, and I could smell the soap over the ghost of dirt. We told ourselves we'd skip the cemetery that night. We told ourselves we had jobs to do and we'd just go for a drive on the peak-to-peak highway, and that would be enough. But it was Friday, not much traffic, and Tyler didn't like unsolved things. After a day of nothing bad happening, normal calls from Quinn, a guy winning $40 and acting like he'd won a car, Mara finding a bookstore with a cat that slept on the travel guides. We found ourselves in the car with the heater on and the windows cracked so the glass wouldn't fog, driving back up the dirt road that looked like a driveway. New moon means dark of dark, and even with the town below, the cemetery felt unlit, like a theater before a show when they kill the exit lights too. The wind wasn't as strong. The air had that empty edge to it like snow wasn't far away, even though the forecast said clear. We parked and sat without moving for a minute, each waiting for the other to say let's go or let's not. Tyler said it first. He slung the camera on and we climbed the small rise to the fence. The cold hit in a slab. I kept thinking about what the woman in the truck had said, that the ground could give in the old sections. So I kept to the path. I kept my hands to myself. I kept my head down. We heard footsteps, not ours. They were behind us on the path and gentle, like someone in thin shoes who learned to walk without waking people. Mara's breath went ragged. Tyler turned his head without moving his body like he didn't want to spook anything. The steps stopped when we stopped. They started when we started. We reached the first row of stones and Tyler raised the camera. The shutter sounded too loud. The focus hunted in empty space and clicked. I said his name. He lowered the camera. "Hold still," he said. "Don't look at her if you see her. Just keep walking." From my right came that domestic sound again, fabric on painted wall. But there weren't any walls, only the iron fence and the dead grass. My brain tried to change the sound into something that fit. A bird wing, a branch, the cuff of a jacket. But the noise knew what it was and refused to be renamed. A weight settled on the air in front of us like cold steam. Tyler took a step and something moved parallel to him just outside eyesight. Mara said no in a child voice I hadn't heard from her since we were small. I saw her then. You'll think I mean a woman in a dress, a floaty thing easy to label and dismiss. I mean the outline of absence in the shape of a person. I mean a white more like fog than fabric, and a head that tilted with the slow patience of someone who has waited a long time. The veil wasn't pretty and clean. It was torn and heavy as if water had run through it. If you told me it was made of shredded plastic bags, I would have believed you. Her hands weren't pale. They were darker than the air around them, like she'd been using them to climb out of somewhere that didn't let you go clean. The details weren't cinematic. They were worn down. Real things get worn down. She didn't come at us. She didn't need to. She stood where we meant to walk and made the path longer. The cold pressed. The smell of damp earth rose. At my feet, the ground was not quite mud and not quite solid, but it carried a mark when you stepped. I wanted to apologize. I wanted to lie down and put my hands on the earth and say I didn't mean to disturb you. Tyler said, "Back," like he was telling a dog to heel, and the word felt wrong in my mouth even though I didn't say it. Mara moved first. Not run, not freeze. She did the practical thing. Turned around and walked back the way we came, quick steps, feet placed with focus. Tyler grabbed my sleeve and we followed. The steps behind us stayed with us, but they didn't hurry. At the fence, I couldn't help myself. I looked back. When people say don't look, they've learned that looking is a kind of permission. Through the slats, the shape of her strained like she wanted to remember how to be a person again, and kept shivering back into something else. The veil shifted even though the wind had died. She wasn't far. She was just there. We got to the car and slammed the doors like doors matter in places like that. Tyler started the engine and we rolled onto the dirt and back down the hill. Civic headlights are not strong enough to turn a mountain night into anything but a tunnel. In the rear view, I didn't see anyone. In the side mirror, the same. But once, eye forward, I saw motion where motion shouldn't be. A blur at the edge of the road keeping pace with us the way a shadow will on a fence when you drive by. We hit the pavement and Tyler sped the kind of speed that turns you into a story. I said slow down and he did. And we came back to the motel with the wind chime tapping its one miserable note, and a man in a hoodie smoking under the overhang, nodding like nothing was wrong with the world. When we let ourselves in, the room was exactly how we left it. Except it wasn't. The towel Mara had used to clean the floor was folded over the back of a chair, even though I remembered leaving it on the tub. On the top fold was a print. Not a foot this time, a hand. It wasn't a full hand. It was like the towel had pressed against fingers that were already fading. 4 blunt ovals and a smear, black enough that the towel held it instead of spitting it out. Tyler touched it and swore, and then wiped his fingers on his jeans the way I had the night before. Mara said she was done, that we would sleep in the car if we had to, that this wasn't funny anymore if it ever had been. We didn't sleep. We lay on top of the covers, shoes on, the TV muted so the faces could tell us everything was ordinary while the sound didn't betray us. At 3, someone tried our door. That's what we told ourselves the second after it happened. A hand on the handle, a click against the chain. But it wasn't like any human hand. It didn't rattle or test or shove. It pressed just hard enough to bring the latch against the metal, and then it traced the edge where the door meets the frame. A slide and a pause. A slide and a pause. Like searching for a seam. The chime outside didn't move. The air didn't stir. When the pressure went away, Tyler exhaled in a rush like he'd been underwater. The chain swayed once, a single bright ring, and then stilled like it had always been still. We left at dawn. We didn't even pretend to go to the cafe. The clerk saw us go, and the look he gave me wasn't sympathetic or mocking. It was resigned. He lifted his mug and didn't say goodbye. We drove toward the highway with the sun making everything look friendlier than it was. I thought that would be the end. I'd go home. I'd chalk it up to a place with a weird story and a tired brain willing to be fed by it. For a week, that held. Then my apartment started to smell like rain when the weather app said dry. I woke one morning to a damp ring on the floor like a vase had been set there and moved. A few days later, the prints came. Not muddy like the motel, paler, like the memory of wetness left on wood. They trailed from my front door to my bedroom and stopped halfway like someone remembered their manners and turned back. The sink had grit in it even after I cleaned it, and the grit left faint gray under my nails no matter how much soap I used. Mara called to say she had found black marks on her hallway wall in Denver, 4 feet up, like a gloved hand brushed it. She laughed while she said it, the sharp laugh she uses when she's a second from crying. Tyler went quiet in our group chat. When I drove over and buzzed his apartment, he let me in and showed me his laptop screen. The photos from the cemetery that had been in focus before were soft now, like someone smeared the lens with a damp veil. He clicked to one where the path was clear between the stones, a nice composition. The kind of thing he'd post on his blog and get a few compliments for. Between 1 second and the next, a faint shape struck itself across it, like frost finding glass. We sat there with the air going stale and didn't say the word ghost, even though it sat between us like a person. I called the casino and told Quinn I was sick. He said, "I get it," in a tone that told me I wasn't the first to say those words after a graveyard stroll. That night at home, I slept with the lamp on. Every time I closed my eyes, I heard that gentle slide along a painted wall. I tried to be rational. The building creaks. Someone in the hall dragged a bag. A draft pulled at an old curtain. 3 explanations, none of them as convincing as the truth. Something followed us down. Eventually, I did the thing I'm doing now. I told someone. Not the internet, not yet. This was before I was desperate enough. I told my neighbor across the hall because she's the kind of person who knows things you wouldn't think to ask about. Her name's Carmen. She has a white noise machine that she turns up during the day to nap, because she works nights at the hospital. When I laid out the facts, she said, "The mountain keeps its dead, but sometimes they forget where their bodies are." She didn't ask me to prove it. She didn't say I was crazy. She went into her apartment and came back with a little bell and a bottle of rosemary oil. She told me to ring the bell and walk clockwise through the rooms while I cracked the windows. "Not because bells scare anything," she said. "Because bells tell anybody listening that you're walking, that you have a route, and open windows give them a way out that isn't through you." I did it that afternoon. It made me feel silly and then calm, and if those are the same thing, maybe that's the point. The bell made a thin sound that dimensionalized the rooms, like it drew lines between corners I hadn't noticed. I wiped the oil along the window frames. I told the empty air, not begging, not commanding, just talking, that I didn't know her or her story. But she wasn't alone when she died, and she didn't have to borrow our warmth to remember it. I said I was sorry. I said I was leaving the windows open for an hour. I asked her to go. For nearly a month after that, nothing happened. Mara said her wall stayed clean. Tyler said his photos stopped changing. I let myself think it was over and even managed to go back to work in Central City, but I avoided the cemetery road. Quinn didn't argue. He gave me an extra break when the late shift went weird and never said the word bride. I started sleeping with the lamp off again. Then 2 nights ago, the smell came back stronger than ever, like someone turned the dirt in a garden. I woke to a sound like damp cloth wrung out above a sink. In the morning, I found prints on my kitchen floor, the first full ones since the motel. They were sharper this time. The toes were more defined. If I were the type who casts things in plaster, I could have. I followed them with my eyes to where they stopped at the mat by the door. When I lifted the mat, why did I lift the mat? I found the imprint of a hand. Not as dark as before. There was something like coal dust caught in the grooves of the rubber. And when I touched it, it made the same impossible stain it made that first night. Running water didn't take it off immediately this time. I had to stand there longer than made sense. The room cooling around me, the bell silent where I'd left it on the counter. I went to Mara's. We sat on her couch with the TV on low. There was a light tapping at her window while we talked. It wasn't a knock. It was fabric on glass. When we pulled the shade, nothing was there. On my way home, I called Tyler. He didn't pick up. He texted back an hour later. "Don't freak out. I'm fine. I think she wants to go somewhere." I didn't know what that meant. He didn't respond again. I drove by his place. His car was parked outside with the driver's door cracked open, just enough that the dome light had given up and the battery had died. The seat was empty and there was grit on the floor mat, rubbed into a shape like a heel and the ball of a foot without asking permission. I keep waiting for the obvious thing. The punchline. The reveal. The confession that we staged it. That Tyler is pranking us with a bag of dirt. But he couldn't fake the part where you feel your skin know before your brain that someone is standing to your left. He couldn't give the air that weight. 2 elements are proof and they're boring. My dream last night where I woke to thinking my ceiling was lower than it was, and the way I hurt behind my eyes today like I spent hours in soot. So that's why I'm posting this. Not because I think you can bless my apartment through a screen. Not because I want internet points. Because it's new moon again, and I need to put this out somewhere. If you go up to that cemetery, and people will because people always do, don't touch the fence. Stay on the path. If you hear that sound, fabric on a wall, acknowledge it and keep walking. If you see her, don't call her pretty or scary. Don't name her. You'll think that makes you brave. It only makes you attractive. If your camera focus goes weird, that's not your gear. If you come home and there's a smell like rain before it gets here, open your windows and give whatever you brought a route that doesn't pass your bed. I'm going to try the bell again when I finish typing this. I'm going to put a bowl of water by the door even though Carmen said running water is better. Maybe a gesture is better than doing nothing. I have the towel from the motel in a plastic bag under my kitchen sink. I should have thrown it away. I think about the hand on it sometimes, the smear that wasn't a hand and was. I think about how that woman in the truck said the poor were buried shallow. I think about how mud remembers. I can hear that soft slide right now in the hall, a whisper of cloth on paint. There's a draft under the door that wasn't there an hour ago. The light in the living room just flickered. Not the bulb failing, just a blink like someone walked between me and the lamp. I'm writing this down, so when I search my own words later, I'll know I didn't account for everything, and that's okay. Some nights you don't get all the way home from where you went. Some nights something walks you back to make sure you don't forget. The smell of wet dirt is stronger. The bell is right here on the counter and I'm going to ring it. If it works, you won't hear from me again. If it doesn't, and you wake tomorrow with prints on your kitchen tile that lead inward from your door and stop before they reach your room, don't tell yourself you tracked mud. Don't tell yourself the pipes burped. Tell yourself a woman in a torn veil who loves someone more than the mountain loved her is looking for the way out and you happen to leave a light on. My hallway is darker now than it should be. The tapping is closer. There's a strip of cold across the floor like a ribbon left by the night. I'm going to open the window. I'm going to say out loud, "You don't belong to me." And if she's listening, she's closer than she was. I can see a line of faint damp ovals appear on the wood, one by one, as if someone is careful not to make a sound while they step. They stop right at the edge of the rug where I'm sitting. I won't look up. I won't. I can smell the veil now and something under it like old flowers pressed in a book. If I stand, I'll feel it move. If I stay still, I'll know it's already in the room. I'll keep typing so the keys say I'm here, so the noise marks my route. The bell is in my hand and I'll ring it once, a small thin circle of sound, and hope she chooses the window and not the space between where I am and where she meant to be. I wasn't going to post this because it still feels like I'm jinxing myself by putting it into words. But last night I woke up to that same low hum outside my window, and I realized pretending it didn't happen hasn't helped at all. If anything, it's worse when you try to not think about it. So here goes. I'm not asking anyone to believe me. I just need to match the sound that's in my head with the story that put it there. I live in north central Florida, the part with horse farms and oak tunnels and more churches than gas stations. It's the kind of place where the afternoon thunder can come out of a blue sky, where lizards sprint across your porch like they're late for a meeting, and where people leave baskets of grapefruit on your doorstep when their trees go wild. I manage the paint counter at a hardware store off County Road 41. Most days are keys, grills, and arguing about satin versus eggshell. It's normal, quiet, predictable, and that's exactly how I like it. My younger sister, Mariah, doesn't do quiet. She takes photos for the local paper and for herself, mostly abandoned places, weathered motels, shut-down citrus packing houses, the kind of places that show up as gray smudges on satellite view. She has a way of making rust and peeling paint look like it's telling you something. A few months ago, she got stuck on Whispering Oaks Cemetery. You've probably heard of it if you live around here. If not, here's the quick version. It's a private burial ground off a sand road west of town, fenced with chain link, watched, over by a stone mausoleum that looks like someone tried to build a chapel but stopped at the vestibule. Nobody goes there. Not because of trespassing laws, though there are signs, but because the place spooks people who don't spook easy. People say the mausoleum is locked tight. People also say voices leak from the seams on certain nights. A low chant, not words anyone recognizes, but words all the same. There's a story about a pastor who tried to bless it. He made it to the steps, raised a Bible, and left screaming, shoving his sleeves over his hands when he grabbed the iron gate, like it was hot. After, he wouldn't talk about it. Someone claimed his Bible pages were scorched and curled like paper left too close to a candle. It's the kind of rumor you hear at the Winn-Dixie while someone bags oranges. When Mariah asked me to go with her, I said no twice and then yes because she's my sister. We brought my friend Luis because he's the calmest person I know, and because he fixes things for a living, IT for the school district, and he likes a challenge. If it's just wind through a pipe, he said while we loaded the trunk, with a flashlight, a thermos, and 3 public subs, I want to know what kind of pipe we're talking about. We went on a Sunday evening in late May, when the heat was just starting to wrap around you like a wet towel even at dusk. The air smelled like cut grass and something sour, the way it does when the lake drops. We parked where the pavement ended and walked the last 100 yards. Sand popped under our sneakers. Cicadas had traded off with crickets. A whip-poor-will called from somewhere we couldn't see. The cemetery was behind a sagging chain-link fence with a bent, no trespassing sign wired at one corner. The padlock on the gate was newer than the fence. The mausoleum stood in the center on a low rise, square and squat, its roof gridded with shallow steps that trapped oak leaves. A scatter of headstones slumped around it, some tilted from the rootwork of the oaks that gave the place its name. Spanish moss feathered the branches. When a breeze picked up, the moss lifted and swayed in unison, quiet and strange, like underwater plants. We didn't say much. The fence had a section where the bottom was pulled up just enough to slide under. It wasn't a big deal. I've crossed fences to cut a stuck kite from a pine tree. But something about stepping under that sag of rattle-prone chain link felt like choosing a door in an old story. We weren't the first to do it. A path in the weeds betrayed other feet. That made me feel worse for some reason. Up close, the mausoleum didn't look abandoned so much as asleep. Its stone was a kind of pale coquina that caught the last sunlight and turned the color of paper. A metal door with a barred window sat in the middle of the front wall. A smaller window, also barred, was cut near the top, a rectangle not much wider than a shoebox. I could see a square of darkness beyond the bars, and beyond that, nothing. There was a plaque to the right of the door with a name overtaken by lichen and a date that ended in '09, though whether that was 1909 or 2009 I couldn't say. Mariah started taking photos a few steps back, trying angles, crouching to catch the way the moss framed the doorway. Luis walked the perimeter slow, like he was mapping it in his head. "Nothing's humming," he said. "If there's wind tonight, maybe. But now? It's just quiet." It was the kind of quiet you mistake for peace until you realize it's the quiet you get when something is listening. I'm not saying I'm sensitive. This is not that kind of post. I'm a boring person who wears the same socks forever, but even I felt the air sink and hold. I unscrewed the thermos and took a sip of coffee just to do something with my hands. The cup rattled against the lid. We waited. The last light slid off the roof. We sat on a low stone wall, eating our sandwiches. In slow bites, like making dinner last longer might keep the dark away. A pickup rattled past on the sand road, lifted a small dust cloud and kept going. A frog started its one-note call. Across the cemetery, at the fence line, a night heron stood ghost still on one leg. When the hum started, it didn't come from the door. It came from the cracks where the stones met from the window slit and from the ground right under our feet. If you've ever stood near a transformer, you know the sound I mean. A steady, low buzz. Only this wasn't electricity. It rose and fell like breath. Not words. Not yet. Just a tone that shifted, held, then slid. The three of us looked at each other, heads tilted the same way, as if we could hear better sideways. Luis was the first to move. He stepped closer, then close enough to touch the stone beside the door. He set his palm flat against it and jerked it back. "It's warm," he said. "Feel it." I didn't want to. I did anyway. The stone was warmer than the air, as if it had stored daylight and refused to share. I tried the door, not pulling, just the handle. It didn't turn. Beside me, Mariah adjusted her camera settings. I could hear the tiny clicks as she changed the ISO and shutter speed. The first photo made a small ghost burp of light on her screen. She frowned at it and took another. The hum picked up. It stretched itself into something like syllables, but blended, like when you hear a crowd chant from far away and can't pull a word out of it. I thought of the stories we'd heard, low, droning prayers in a language no one recognizes. The sound wasn't loud enough to seem like it should get into your head, but it did somehow. I found myself matching the rhythm with my breath without meaning to. Inhale on the upshift, exhale on the down. It made my chest tight, like the way you feel when you try not to yawn. The heron at the fence lifted its foot and set it down again in a different spot, like someone adjusting in a pew. I don't know why I said it, it's not something I say, but I whispered, "We should go." Nobody answered me. Mariah was filming now. Luis had crouched to line his phone flashlight into the window slit, just to see if there was anything obvious inside. Dust motes floated like plankton. The light caught a curve of something, maybe a niche. It was hard to tell. He shifted a little to the left. The hum shifted with him, a tiny modulation. He moved right. The sound corrected. He froze. "Okay," he said quietly. "That's weird." "You heard it too," I said. Kincaid rubbed his jaw. "Good," he said, and then guiltily, "Do you hear it?" "We hear something," Louis said. Kincaid nodded like that was the only answer he could stand to hear. "All right," he said. "Pack up." He got back in his SUV and didn't turn the spotlight on again. He watched us through the windshield with the engine running. That should have made me feel safer. It didn't. We started to go, and that's when the sound lifted and formed a shape I can only call a word, or the suggestion of one. It wasn't English, but it had a start and an end. It repeated. Repeated again. Louise stopped moving. Mariah stopped breathing. I know because I stopped too. On the fourth repetition, I realized the last part of that not word lined up perfectly, with my name drawn out. The way your grandmother might call you in from the yard, sing-song, but from under the bed. I said my sister's name under my breath like a test. The sound paused. It wasn't like it answered me. Not exactly. It just showed it could. "All right, we're done," Kincaid called, forced cheerful, like a host wrapping up a party. "Let's go before the mosquitoes carry us off." We obeyed. I didn't look back at the mausoleum until we reached the fence. When I did, the darkness at the window looked heavier, like water behind glass. I ducked under the chain link and stood up with sand on my palms. Kincaid watched us slide into Luis's car and then pulled out slowly, letting us go first. It felt like leaving a sick dog in a yard. You can still hear it. It will still hear you. That should have been the end. We would have gone home and told ourselves it was layered noise and nerves. That's what I planned. But my sister is stubborn. She emailed Pastor Ellis the next day. He was the one from the story, though I didn't know his name until she tracked it down in an old clipping on the paper's website. We thought it would be funny if he were the same guy. If he said no, no harm. If he said yes, maybe we could put the rumor to bed. He met us at the Driftwood Diner the following Thursday morning. The kind of place where the coffee is both terrible and perfect and where you always see someone you went to middle school with. He was younger than I expected, 50s maybe, tall and sunburnt in a way that says yard work, not beach. He had kind eyes that took in everything and a small scar in his right eyebrow like a healed split. He ordered grits and didn't touch them. When Mariah asked about Whispering Oaks, he looked out the window at the parking lot and didn't say anything for a long time. "I'm not the one to ask," he said finally, "but I think about it every day." "What happened?" Louise asked. He kept his voice like he kept it with kids when he fixed their Chromebooks. Calm, practical. "I thought I could help," Ellis said. "You hear things and you get older and you don't want people living with fear. I brought oil and a book I've had since seminary. I did what we do. But by the time I stepped onto the first stair, my hands felt like I'd set them on a stove. Not burned, not hurt, just wrong. Like there was a memory in the stone that wanted me to know it wasn't mine to change. I left. I should have left sooner." "Were your pages burned?" Mariah asked gently. He smiled without his eyes. "They got damp," he said. "They wrinkled. Someone saw that and the story did the rest. This county loves its stories. He could have left it there, but he didn't." He looked at each of us. "If you go back," he said, "don't say your names out loud. Don't trade names with anything. You'd be surprised how many problems in the world start because people offer what they don't realize is an offering." "We're not going back," I said, and I meant it. Mariah shot me a look that said she absolutely did not mean it. We agreed to let it rest a week. The week went sideways. It wasn't that big things happened. It was the little ones, the things that pinch and then disappear. A stoplight cycling longer than it should. A smoke alarm chirping even after you take the battery out. I woke at 3:17 3 nights in a row to a faint vibration through the house that didn't match the AC or the neighbor's dryer. When I held my breath, I could hear it. A tone right at the edge of hearing, like when you press a seashell to your ear, but lower. My cat Nugget, who sleeps like a rock, sat up at the same time every night and stared at the corner where the wall meets the ceiling. Whiskers forward, patient. On Saturday, I found a piece of paper slid under my apartment door. It was ruled, torn from a notebook folded twice. Inside were 4 lines of handwriting in neat block letters. "If you're going back, go back before it's too late. Bring salt. Bring someone who remembers more names than you do. Don't open the door. There was no signature. It wasn't Pastor Ellis's hand. It wasn't Mariah's or Luis's. I hate pranks. Pranks pretend to be jokes but are a test. I don't like tests I didn't study for. I almost threw it away, but I didn't. I put it in my junk drawer under the 9-volt batteries. Mariah showed up that afternoon with a map printout, 2 headlamps, and a bag of Morton salt. Luis came because he didn't like the idea of the 2 of us going by ourselves. And if you knew Luis, you would understand that's all it took. He brought a little digital recorder and a cheap sound meter and a toothbrush to clean dust out of the window slit. "I know," he said when he saw my face. "But if there's a pattern, we'll hear it later." We waited for the same dusk. It felt like we weren't choosing it. It felt like it picked us. We parked in the same place. The sky boiled the way it does before a storm. 2 layers, one running north, one south. We slid under the fence with practiced ease. The grass bent and then unbent behind us. The air smelled like leaves and road tar and that metal smell you get right before lightning. The headlamps made cones. The cones made shadows. The shadows made copies. Luis set the recorder on the wall and turned it on. The little red light blinked. The hum started almost immediately. It wasn't worse than before. It was like it had been on the whole time and someone just unmuted it. Mariah sprinkled salt in a line a few feet in front of the door, then in a circle around where we stood. It was a thin line. It felt ridiculous. It also felt like drawing a line makes a thing real in a way it wasn't 5 seconds before. "I brought something," Mariah said. She pulled a small worn book from her bag. It was our grandmother's pocket diary, the kind with a built-in address book in the back. We used to joke about how her purse could have paid off a mortgage with the number of receipts she kept. The address list had 30 names still penciled in, some crossed out when people died or moved. Mariah flipped the pages and whispered the names softly, not to the mausoleum, but to us, like a roll call. It felt goofy. It also felt like holding onto a railing in the dark. The hum shifted. You'll notice I keep saying that. I don't know another way to describe it. There was no breeze, but the moss on the oaks lifted like something else moved under it. I felt a tiny fizz on my forearms, the way you feel when a TV turns on in a quiet room. The light rain started, fat drops spaced far apart like someone testing a faucet. I took a step without meaning to and scuffed the salt line with the toe of my shoe. I realized it and stooped immediately to fix it, dragging a palmful back into place. The grit was damp and stuck to my skin. When I stood up, I felt a pressure change like a door opening in a sealed house. "Don't open the door," I said out loud without meaning to, and then realized my mouth had said something my head hadn't planned. I looked at the door to prove it was still closed. It was. The padlock on the gate had a new zip tie looped through it that hadn't been there before. Fluorescent green, as if someone wanted to know at a glance if someone had tried it. Luis leaned toward the window slit and brushed the toothbrush over the lower edge to clear cobwebs. The recorder's red light glowed. The hum broke into, I almost want to say a chord. 3 tones at once, then 2. I found myself trying to pick out where they separated, like following harmonies in an old song. It wasn't scary, not in a jump scare way. It was mesmerizing. That was the worst part. It didn't ask you to be afraid. It asked you to pay attention. While you paid attention, it arranged itself around what you gave it. "Do you hear words?" Mariah whispered. "Don't say your name," I whispered back before she could test it. She nodded, eyes big behind the headlamp. The light made a small halo on the stone and caught the edges of our breath. "What do you want?" Luis asked. The way he said it, it could have been to the door or to us. The rain ticked heavier. Somewhere out on the county road, a motorcycle accelerated and then faded. The heron wasn't there this time. In the distance, thunder stitched the sky. A voice joined the hum. I know how that reads. But if it had been a voice like yours or mine, I think I would have run. This was a voice like water in a culvert, like wind turned into a single word by the mouth of a bottle. It shaped the tone into something like a phrase and squeezed it through the gold of the hum so it came out thinner, stretched. It wasn't English. It wasn't anything I recognized. It did what voices do when they test a room. It said something that was either a greeting or an inventory. I took the salt and poured a little circle around the recorder. It made me feel better to protect the one thing we had that might remember this right. That's when the humming tone took on a wobble that matched the rattle of the salt clinking against the plastic lid. I stopped. It steadied. I poured again. It wobble matched again. It's copying us, I said. Or answering. Or playing. Luis's hand shook, the first time I had ever seen his hand shake that wasn't from cold. "I'm going to ask a question," he said, and he didn't look at us because he knew we'd stop him with our faces. "One, I won't say any names." He spoke slowly. "If you can hear us, make the sound louder." Nothing changed. Then after a handful of breaths, the tone broadened, as if a second tone had slipped in a hair higher and added to it. My teeth felt it. A mosquito whined near my ear and then flew away like it knew better. We stayed very still. The thunder walked toward us. The rain found its rhythm. Behind us at the road, a car rolled to a stop. Another set of headlights. But this wasn't Kincaid. This was an old Ford sedan I recognized because I'd seen it outside the diner and the church and the thrift store. Pastor Ellis. He got out holding a small umbrella and a paper bag. He didn't come through the fence. He stood at the edge and waited until we turned to him. "I thought about it," he said mildly, "and I figured you'd think about it too." "We're staying on this side," I said, feeling like a child caught near a pool. "That would be good," he said. He lifted the paper bag and stepped under the fence as if he hadn't said the thing he just said. He moved like a man who has already decided the future, and the present will do what they can to catch up. He came to stand on the other side of the salt line. He didn't step over it. He put the bag down and took out 3 stubby candles and a plastic lighter. "My grandma's trick," he said. "Noise likes company. Let's give it something to play with." He lit the candles and set them in a little row on the wall. The hum responded, stretching, testing. The flames leaned and then righted. He took something else from the bag, a folded cloth, and laid it over his left forearm like a waiter. He didn't open it. He didn't look at the door. He looked at us and said, very quiet, "We're going to be polite. We're going to say what we need to say. We are not going to answer if it says our names." "Okay," I said, though I was already curious. "If it said my name wrong, did that count?" He nodded toward the door. "We bless people," he said. "Places change because people do. I'm not in the business of fixing stone. I am in the business of reminding myself I am small." He cleared his throat, and for a second I thought he might pray. He didn't. He said in a normal voice, like he was speaking at a podium in a high school gym, "We know you're there. We wish you peace. We are not here to trade. We are not here to open anything. We will leave soon. We're asking you to quiet down so the living can sleep." The hum changed. I wish I had a musician for a friend to explain how. It lifted and folded like a bed sheet being aired. For a heartbeat behind the tone, I heard another sound. A murmur like many people speaking softly all at once, like the oral equivalent of a crowd at a fair heard from a field away. It wasn't sinister. That was the part that scared me most. It sounded busy. It sounded like work. Then the tone spoke my name. It was not perfect. It was the way people say your name when they've only seen it written. The vowels were long. The consonants softened. It went up at the end, a question. My stomach dropped like I'd misstepped off a curb. Mariah took my hand hard enough to make the bones click. Luis stared at the candles like they could anchor him. Pastor Ellis didn't move. He said to the air, "We won't be doing that." He said it the way you say no to a toddler about to put a paperclip in an outlet. The tone tried again. It said Mariah's name almost right. It said Luis's perfect because how do you get that wrong? And then, casually in the same tone you use when you read a list at the DMV, it said a fourth name I haven't heard since I was 7. It was the name of a kid who lived in the trailer park across from us for one summer. A kid who moved away after his dad lost his job at the feed store. He used to trade baseball cards with me, and he always wrote his name in marker on his forearm. I haven't thought of him in 20 years. I don't remember ever saying his name aloud in this county since. "We're leaving," Ellis said softly. "We hear you. We're leaving." That should have been easy. But the rain came down harder, and in the thick of it, the headlamps made halos that turned the raindrops into strings. The salt line blurred, then ran. I saw the white crystals melt into the dark dirt and hated the way that looked. The tone lowered and flattened, the way a ceiling fan sounds when it's turned off and the momentum dwindles. Then it rose every time we looked like we might step away. It wasn't only sound now. It was a feeling in the ground, a thrum through the soles of your shoes that persuades you your heart is skipping when it's not. It was the feeling you get when you stand on a dock and a boat pushes away, a gap opening that your body doesn't trust. "Take one step backward," Ellis said. Slow. We did. The candles flickered. The tone hiccuped. We took another step. The recorder's red light shimmered in the rain and then went out. The tone paused as if surprised. If you can attribute surprise to a tone. We made it to the fence without turning or running. I ducked under, stood, and felt lighter but not safe. Ellis handed the bag to Luis. "Take those candles," he said. "Let them burn out on your porch." He didn't explain why. He didn't look at the door. He didn't look at me when he said, "Don't listen to any names that don't come with a face." We drove to my apartment because it was closest. We set the candles on the concrete slab by the steps and sat on the top stair, wet, dripping, not speaking. Neighbors came and went with laundry baskets and dogs. No one asked why we were soaked and why we had 3 little fires on the ground. The rain lightened. The wax pooled, then stilled, then nested low. When they went out on their own, I felt something unclench in my back that I hadn't realized was clenched. We ate cereal at my counter and played back the recorder. If I'm honest, I didn't want to. Luis did it anyway because his brain is built the way it is. The first minute was crickets and us breathing. Then the hum, gentle at first. I felt that same little pull, like a magnet near iron filings. We listened all the way to the place where we remembered it saying our names. On the recording, you don't hear names. You hear a shift and a drag of sound like a heavy object across carpet. You hear thunder. You hear me whisper, "Don't open the door," like a weirdo. You hear Ellis say, "We won't be doing that." Then, under his voice, as the tone flattens, you hear a soft stack of syllables like a string of beads, gently, one after the other. If you've ever been to a night service in a language you don't speak, you know the rhythm. It wasn't menacing. It was, again, busy. At the very end, right before the recorder dies, you hear something like a breath very close to the microphone. Not a whisper. Just breath in, out. We didn't say much. Mariah wiped rain from the lens of her camera and turned it off. Luis turned the recorder over in his hands like it had changed weight. Ellis sipped the coffee I made and stared at a scratch on my table. He said that this is going to be one of those things that sits with you. And then he left before we could ask what we were supposed to do with that. We didn't go back. That was 2 months ago. I want to tell you it ended there. That's tidy. That's not how this works. Nothing dramatic has happened. I go to work. I match paint. I stand on my porch at dusk and watch the bats needle the sky. But sometimes, at odd hours, I hear that single tone, buried in the noise of the refrigerator or the AC or the highway. It is never loud. It is not a jump scare. It is patient. The other night, Nugget got up from the chair and went to the door and waited, polite like a guest was due. I sat with him until he gave up and returned to sleep. 2 days ago, I found another piece of folded paper under my door. Same block letters. This time it wasn't advice. It was 4 names lined up like a list. Mine, Mariah's, Luis's, and the kid from the trailer park. Underneath, a 5th name I didn't recognize. The handwriting was neat. Something about the way the T's crossed made me think of the clerk who works Tuesdays at the county records office. The one who wears bangles. I have no reason to think that. I just do. I put the note under the batteries with the first one. I don't know if that's where you put a thing like that. I salted my doorstep like I was seasoning a steak, and immediately felt foolish and swept it away with my shoe before the upstairs neighbor could see. That night I dreamed I was standing in the mausoleum, not inside it, but inside the idea of it. A square room that felt like a vestibule to a vestibule, and that the walls were made of pages, overlapping, sun-warped and soft. With writing in hands I couldn't make out. The writing wasn't in English. The writing was names. I woke up with the taste of dust in my mouth and a word at the tip of my tongue that I can't remember now, and I think that's the worst part. I feel like I promised not to repeat it, and then I forgot what it was. This might sound like a small thing, but it's the detail that convinced me to write this down. Yesterday, I went to make a grocery list, and the pen I grabbed from the junk drawer left a faint gray line like it had been overheated and cooled again. The paper where the pen rested for a second has a pale oval on it, like where a glass sat. It's probably nothing. It's probably everything. I keep thinking of Ellis's phrase, "We are not here to trade." I've been quiet because it feels like maybe putting this into words makes a trade I didn't mean to make. But silence is a kind of offering too. You tell yourself not to listen and you listen harder. I haven't heard from Mariah today. She said she might drive south to photograph a shuttered roadside fruit stand with a giant concrete orange in front. Luis texted me a picture of Nugget wearing a sock like a sweater. Nugget does not care for this, to make me laugh. I laughed. It helped. Then, right after dinner, the power blinked once and came back. and in the steady hum of the fridge restarting, I heard the shape of a not word that ended with my name. It sounded like someone on the far side of a heavy door calling through their hands. The kind of call you long to answer if you're not paying attention. If anyone asks, no, we didn't open the door. We didn't even touch it. The lock is still there. The rain keeps the dust tamped down. The moss sways when the big trucks go by like it's acknowledging a procession. The county mows the ditch. People put out trash on Tuesdays. I go to work. I roll paint chips under fluorescent lights. I'm not special. I didn't get chosen. I just stood somewhere I shouldn't have stood and heard something I wasn't meant to hear. And now I recognize it in ordinary sounds. That's all. It feels like a trick of attention, like when you learn a new word and then see it everywhere. Only this is a tone, and it's everywhere there's a seam or a crack or a gap. Anywhere air goes where it normally doesn't. And once in a while, in the hum of the apartment next door, or the whisper of tires on wet asphalt, I think I hear the cadence of someone finishing a prayer, and I find myself pausing at my sink, up to my wrists in dishwater, waiting without knowing why. I tell myself it's nothing. I tell myself it's just Florida where everything hums. Last night, right before I woke up, I heard the tone in my dream, and it had the rhythm of a new name. It was soft, like the way you introduce yourself in a quiet room so you don't wake the baby. I can't shake the feeling it wasn't saying a name. It was asking for one. I'm going to put my phone on airplane mode tonight and let the candles wax over on the porch again, just in case that helps. If this post disappears, I guess you can make your own story out of that. If it stays, it means I'm still here. Still not answering, still trying to ignore the feeling that, at the edge of hearing, the sound is waiting for me to forget my own rule and say it back. I swore I'd never type this out, but the photo won't stop changing, and I'm tired of pretending I don't see it. I know people on here tear apart stories like this, and maybe I deserve it, but I'm posting because the few people who know think I'm either pranking them or having a rough patch. I need one person, just one, to read this and say, yeah, I've seen him too. If you're from Cleveland, you probably already know which him I mean. If you don't, I'll try to keep it short. But nothing about that place wants to be quick. I used to work nights as a maintenance tech in a glass office building off East 9th. The kind of place that looks like a screensaver. Blue windows, clean lines, lobby plants that probably had a caretaker with a degree. On my breaks, I'd walk loops around the block to stay awake. You can feel the lake even 2 streets in, that cold breath that tastes like pennies. When the wind is right, it lifts the little green flags on the cemetery fence and you can hear them slap the metal. Erie Street Cemetery is just there, smack in the middle of everything like a missing tooth. On Google Maps, it looks like a dark thumbprint the city forgot to smudge away. Daytime, it's almost quaint. There's a historical marker with a paragraph of respectful font about early settlers. At night, it's just the color black. It was late October when this started, maybe the last week. The city was in that mood where the Browns were losing again, and everyone had their hood up whether they needed it or not. My sister Mariah had just moved to Lakewood and texted me that I never did anything seasonal, so I shot back that I'd go to a cemetery if it would shut her up, which in our family counts as love language. I wasn't planning anything. It just got into my head. And then on Wednesday, I found myself standing at the gate with the uneven brick path going in like a tongue. The streetlights make everything a jaundiced yellow. You can hear RTA buses from 2 blocks away because the drivers ride the brakes in the turns. I didn't go in. The signs say it closes at dusk, and I've never been the guy who jumps a fence for a thrill. I just stood with my coffee and looked at the carved names and tried to decide how old you were supposed to be to get away with dying back then. And I remember this when I replay the night. I thought the ground smelled like iron, like I'd been in a hardware store. I chalked it up to the wet leaves or some buried old fence. Most of the stones are small, hunched. Some lean like they're listening to traffic, and there's a patch near the middle where the grass dips like a boat wake frozen in dirt. I almost left. Then a woman in a knit hat stopped near me, took a photo on her phone through the fence, and asked if I'd seen the guy. I laughed and said, "Which guy?" And she shrugged and said, "The one people talk about on the tours." She had a pamphlet from one of those ghost walks with a cartoon skeleton on it. I said no, and she smiled with her mouth but not her eyes and said, "Well, you will." Then her bus squealed up and she ran to catch it. I don't know why I remember her. Maybe because later I wanted to ask if we both meant the same guy. I never saw her again. I wish I'd gotten her name. That night I told Mariah I'd go in after work on Friday because she'd bullied me into seasonal fun, and she said she wanted to come if I could wait. She was free Thursday, actually. Our friend Ken from high school jumped into the group chat and said he'd bring his real camera, because he'd gotten into film recently and was that guy who wore a camera strap even when he didn't need to. I said sure. I wanted it to feel normal, like a walk, not like that first woman had planted something in my head. Thursday was colder. You know how the first real cold makes your nostrils burn? Like that. We met at Phoenix Coffee on 9th. The barista Tasha knows Ken and always greets him like he's just returned from a war. She asked what we were doing, and when we said Cemeteries, she said, not me. And then to me, you need gloves. She slipped me a pair of the thin black ones from the tip jar because she said they'd been left behind and she was not trying to get haunted if no one claimed them. I didn't argue. They had a hole in the right index finger. We walked over just before dusk because the rule follower part of me wanted to feel like I wasn't technically breaking it. The gate was open. We watched a group of people on a tour farther down, a guy in a top hat doing his best Vincent Price. I felt better seeing them. Fear has trouble when there's a crowd. Ken loaded his camera like he was performing a ritual. Flick, click, spin. It put me in a good mood. We passed a couple arguing quietly near the marker about whether they should get dinner first or pay respects. A long white limo slid by on Euclid like some weird fish in a glass river. A cop idled on the corner with his window down, glancing at his phone, nothing more. Inside, it's smaller than it looks. The stones crowd together. Flags stick out at angles from the veterans' graves, all in a diagonal row. There's a big tree that's got one of those lightning scars spiraling down, healed over like a zipper. Someone had left a small pumpkin at the base of a stone, and another had what looked like a sandalwood stick, burned down to a stub. The city leaned over all of it. You can see the terminal tower and the Hard Rock guitar sign, and if you stand at one corner, you can read the Now Leasing banner across a new apartment building. The contrast felt cartoonish. I guess that's how that place survives. Everyone has to pretend it belongs. We didn't see anything at first. We walked. Ken took test shots. Mariah read names aloud under her breath like she was taking roll. Wadsworth. May. Clark. Poor Clark. She does that, talks to no one, the only person I know who apologizes to furniture. It was quiet enough to hear the chain on the gate clink when the wind tugged it. The air was that kind of cold where your ears ache. We stood near the center dip, where I swear the ground feels hollow in a way I don't know how to explain. Like when you're walking on a boardwalk and the boards give the tiniest bit. That whisper of air under your steps. I stamped once and Mariah gave me a look and said, "Don't." Ken wanted to do a long exposure shot to catch the streetlights and the new buildings framing the old stones. He was excited about the way the yellow sodium and the LED white made the granite look sick and clean all at once. He set the camera on a little tripod and told us to stand still so we wouldn't blur if we wandered into frame. He said something like, "If a ghost wants to photobomb, now's the time." And that's when I noticed a face. I didn't do the movie thing and yell. It was just this flat knowledge someone is looking at us. Between two taller stones a little farther back, there was not exactly a person. For a second, I thought it was a nasty old plastic bag snagged on a branch, the way the light catches and makes shape where there isn't one. Then the eyes were just correct enough that my body made a choice to believe. They were too far apart or too level or something was off, but they were eyes and there was a nose and a mouth. The mouth was slightly open, and behind the lips I could make out the suggestion of teeth that didn't look right, maybe too even, maybe too pointy, like the way you can tell a Halloween mouthguard from across the room. He was in that no man's land where you can't say if he's 3 feet or 12 feet away, just that he fits between things because he's supposed to. I tapped Mariah's sleeve. She saw it too. Her hand slid into mine automatic. Ken was fiddling with the camera, his back to where we were looking, saying, "Hold on, the tripod is being a little..." And then he stopped mid-sentence because we all heard it, whispering. Not words you could pull apart or maybe no words at all. Think of dry leaves brushed together in a bag, or fingernails on denim. It came from the direction of the face. And here's the part my brain hates: the face didn't move. The eyes didn't track. It was like a picture cut from a magazine and pasted in, but the whisper came from it in a way that made me feel like the air itself had a mind and was trying to figure out how to get past teeth. Ken started to turn with the camera and I said under my breath, "No." And I don't know why I said it. Maybe I wanted to test reality. If he didn't see it, maybe that would be proof it was just something wrong with my eyes. But he did. He snapped upright, inhaled quietly, and then did what Ken always does when he's scared. He tries to make a joke. He said, barely audible, "Sir, this is a Wendy's." Mariah cracked out a tiny laugh that died instantly. The whispering stopped. The city noise felt too loud then. I heard a skateboard somewhere behind the Civic building, the wheel rattle on a seam. I heard a bus air brake hiss. I heard my own heart. "Okay," I said. "Let's go." But none of us moved for a few seconds because there's something about leaving when you feel watched that feels like turning your back in a field. Eventually, we did what you do. We walked like we were normal people who had seen nothing worth a reaction. Ken put the camera strap around his neck. He did not look down to make sure it was safe. His hand stayed in place like he was protecting a baby. Mariah kept her head half turned to the side where the face would be, like she didn't want to give it the dignity of full attention. I wanted to glance just once more to confirm or deny, but I kept my eyes on the path. We made it to the gate. The chain clinked once. I let out air I didn't know I'd been holding. The cop on the corner hadn't moved. He was flipping through a notebook and chewing something. The tour group was gone. It was only then that Ken stopped and said, "I got it." I didn't like the way he said it. Not excited, not triumphant. Wary. He'd taken a second shot reflexively when he turned. He pulled the camera from his neck to cradle it, and I saw his knuckles were white. It's a mechanical camera. It doesn't show you anything until you develop the film. I felt stupidly relieved. No ghost on a preview screen. We'd have to wait. The walk to my car was the longest 2 blocks in my adult life. I don't have anything dramatic to report. We didn't see the face again. Nothing touched us. The air had that smell again. Iron, wet pennies, a bit of something metallic like the inside of an elevator. At a crosswalk, a man in a battered Paradox t-shirt asked us for directions to the casino. We gave them. The normal world insisted on itself. That helped. I didn't sleep well. Mariah texted me at 2:14 a.m. "You up?" I was. She said she kept thinking she heard whispering through the wall in her apartment, and then immediately apologized because she was probably spooking herself. I told her to put on a podcast with people arguing about nachos, and she said that actually helped. Ken, for once, didn't send any ironic memes. Friday morning, I went into work and spent too long scraping something gummy off a lobby tile because focusing on something small felt sane. Saturday, we took the film to a little shop in Ohio City. The guy there, graying ponytail, each finger with a silver ring, told Ken he'd have to wait a day. Ken looked ready to argue, but the guy had the soft authority of someone who's outlived every trendy camera store, and Ken deflated and said, "Sure." On the way out, Mariah made us stop at the bakery and she bought a loaf of bread for grounding. She always uses that phrase. We each tore off a piece in the car and ate in silence like we were taking communion. That night, my neighbor, the one who keeps his grill under a tarp year-round, was outside smoking, and he called across the landing, "You hear that?" I said, "Hear what?" He was peering over the railing into the parking lot. "Like a leak," he said. We both listened. There was this thin, constant hiss. I wanted to say it was wind, but there was no wind. The flags weren't moving. I went back inside. My bathroom mirror had a new smear in the corner. A crescent like someone with a damp sleeve had leaned too close. I wiped it with Windex, and the paper towel came away gray. Not dusty, but like it had rubbed off graphite. I didn't tell anyone that then because it felt too small, too ridiculous, and I was trying not to be the guy who makes a haunting happen by naming it. Sunday, we went to pick up the film. The ponytail guy pulled out the prints in one of those white paper envelopes. I could smell the photochemicals, and it made me think of my middle school darkroom and Mrs. Keller saying, "Never shake, always rock," about the trays. Ken moved like a person approaching a casket. The first few prints were standard Ken, slightly off-center city stuff, a traffic light with that big leaf in the corner you don't see until it's all you can see. Then the ones from the cemetery. He'd gotten the long exposure. The stones looked almost buttery. The building behind them glowed like white teeth. Mariah was a blur at the right edge. She must have shifted. Nothing strange. I could feel my shoulders finally start to give. Then we hit the last print. It was black. Not underexposed black. Not we screwed up black. There were streaks of lighter gray across it, but not like light leaks. They had a direction. And in the center, taking up almost the whole frame like someone had pressed their face directly to the lens and flattened their features, was that face. Not perfectly detailed, film never is. But the eyes were there, too wide apart, or maybe not, maybe just too calm. The skin looked not bruised, not decayed, smooth. Gray like unsealed cement after rain. The mouth was open. You could see teeth. Not sharpened like a cartoon vampire. Just wrong. Too uniform in the wrong directions. Like a filing cabinet someone had taken a rasp to in a hurry. The ponytail guy made a hun noise like he was tasting a spice in a stew and couldn't place it. He peered and said, almost offended, "How did you do that? You taped something to the lens?" Ken didn't answer him. He was holding the print by its edges like it would bite. Mariah put her hand on my arm, fingers vice tight. The guy flipped the negative up to the light to check. The polite method of someone skeptical but not wanting to say fake in front of customers. He froze. The image was on the negative too. Pressed up right there, teeth and all, flattening the grain. He adjusted his glasses, exhaled through his nose and said, "Lighter now." "Well, that's a new one." We stepped outside into a street that felt too bright. Ken didn't want to take the print home, then did. Then almost handed it back to the shop owner before changing his mind again like the decision was hot in his hand. Mariah said very softly, "I don't want this in my car." Ken put it between two pieces of cardboard like a sandwich. He joked that maybe the ghost would suffocate. None of us laughed. I suggested we take it to my place and look at it under better light, immediately regretting the words because now it was my place. But it felt wrong to leave it somewhere or drop it like toxic waste. That felt like asking for a problem. Back at my apartment, we put it on my kitchen table. The sun came in through the blinds in those prison stripes. The face just sat there on glossy paper. If you've ever held a photo of yourself you hate because some angle makes you look like someone else, you know that instinctive dislike. This was like that turned outward. Ken paced. Mariah made tea even though none of us wanted it. I noticed something while staring at the print, not wanting to be dramatic by saying it out loud. The lighter streaks, those gray smears. They lined up like greasy marks, the kind your fingers leave on a window you've tried to clean with your sleeve. I had a stupid idea and got a flashlight. When I shone it across the surface, low and raking, tiny ridges caught and through shadows. The print had texture now, new, as if moisture had swelled it overnight into tiny waves. Ken wiped his palms on his jeans. "Is it wet?" he asked. It wasn't. My fingertip came away dry, but there was a coolness off it like a stone countertop. I felt watched. Not from the photo, from somewhere to my left. The bathroom. That smear in the corner of the mirror had returned and grown. A half moon now, and when you stood directly in front of it, you couldn't see the smear at all. Only when you stood to the side, like how a rainbow dodges you. I walked over, told myself I was being a child, and wiped again. The paper towel came up gray like pencil shavings, and for a second, if I had to testify under oath, I would admit that when my finger met the glass there was the slightest give, as if the mirror wasn't perfectly rigid, like a very thin film of water between it and the air. For the next few days, nothing overt happened. Ken kept the print. He put it in a plastic sleeve like a comic book. He texted us that he'd put it in a shoebox in his closet, then texted he'd moved it to under his bed because he couldn't sleep with his closet open. Mariah stopped by work at lunch with an excuse to hand me a roll of packing tape I didn't need. She didn't want to be alone. We didn't say that out loud. We talked about pizza and then about the election and then the weather. We kept subject surface soft. Every time a bus hissed, my shoulders jumped. On Tuesday, Ken sent a photo of the print on his kitchen table. "It moved," he typed. I stared at it. It was the same print, I could tell from a corner nick, but the face seemed slightly off-center now. I told myself it was the angle. He said, "I know what a camera angle is, man." That's how Ken gets when he's scared. Annoyed, like fear is the cable company messing up his bill. Wednesday morning, Mariah called me before her shift. She said her bathroom mirror looked muddy, her word, like there was condensation on the inner surface. She'd wiped it, and for a split second it looked like a forehead pressed to glass from the other side, the skin flattening. Then nothing. Just the distorted reflection of her towel. She laughed the kind of laugh that's a plea and said, "Tell me you hate me and that it's in my head." I said I hated her and it was in her head. We both felt better for exactly 1 minute. When fear phases through your day, it makes you pay weird attention to details. The elevator had a tempered glass panel and I found myself not standing directly in front of it, like I thought it would bulge out. In the lobby, one of the plants had those spiderwebby strings between leaves and I couldn't stop staring, because the threads looked thicker than they should. like fishing line. My coworker Curtis asked if I was okay, the way people do when they can't decide if you're hungover. I said I was fine. He launched into a story about his neighbor's dog eating a sock. I was grateful for the sock story. That afternoon, the building's overnight security woman, Lorraine, came in early for a training and pulled me aside. "You walk near the cemetery a lot, right?" she said. I said yes. She said, "You ever see people in there after hours?" I said sometimes, but not often. She told me she'd been watching the cameras last night because there'd been a car break-in across the street. And at around 2, she saw a figure leaning against our front doors, not trying to get in, just putting their face close to the glass like they were trying to read the directory from the wrong side. "Tall?" I asked. "Couldn't tell," she said. But the way the light hit the face looked rubbery, like you could press a handprint into it. She used her hands to demonstrate, pulling her cheeks like a kid making a silly face, then stopped, embarrassed. "Never mind. It was probably nothing. Camera quality is garbage." She paused. "Do you believe in that stuff?" I told her I didn't know what that stuff was, but I believed in people seeing things they can't put somewhere and it following them around the day like a smell. She laughed and said, quoting poets now, "Go check the restroom downstairs, the sink's running again." Ken called that night. Not texted, called. He never calls. He said without saying hello, "It's on the inside." He'd put the print in a frame, cheap Black Friday sale sort of frame, to keep it flat. He'd hung it in his hallway, thinking it would feel less like a live thing if it had a border, and now there was condensation between the glass and the print. He could see tiny droplets rolling down slowly, leaving faint trails. He took the backing off the frame to let it breathe. The paper was dry to the touch. He put it back together and the droplets formed again, but only on the interior of the glass like breath from someone close. He tapped the pane. A fog bloom spread from the point of contact like a ripple, then cleared. "Come over," he said. I said, "Right now?" He said, "Yes." Ken lives off Detroit Ave, second floor of a 3-story place with a front porch that always smells like someone else's cigarette. His hallway is narrow. The framed print hung exactly eye level too. Ken is a little vain about alignment. In the picture, the face was still pressed up. The mouth a little more open? I can't swear to it. But the thing that made my stomach drop was the tiny hair caught at the very lower right corner inside the frame. The kind of wayward eyelash that rides a picture forever, except I know Ken had just opened the backing and I know there was no hair there before. The moisture had beaded around it like on a spider web. Water gathers on what it can see. We stood there like we were waiting to be introduced. Ken fetched a screwdriver. He had this plan to take the glass out and put the print in a plastic sleeve, and then into a second frame like layers would confuse it, the way people stack locks. As he unscrewed, the room got colder. You know when your fingers lose their precision because the cold gets inside the joints? That. I glanced down the hall toward his bathroom. The small mirror above his sink was fogged like someone had just taken a shower, but the air was crisp and dry. I could smell his soap faintly, the cheap kind that tries to smell like pine. He took the glass out. It was cold in my hands when I held it for him. I swear, please believe me, it had the same feel as when you take a window out in winter to replace the pane, how the outside is still clinging to it. Ken slid the print into a plastic sleeve and we both felt weirdly proud, like we'd outsmarted a draftsman's nightmare. He put it into a different frame with no glass. He hung it back up. We waited. The flatness of the paper felt like defeat to whatever was playing with us. We retreated to the living room and watched the Weather Channel with the sound off for something to focus on. That wasn't human. After 10 minutes, we checked. There were faint crescents at the top corners of the bare print. The kind of marks oil leaves after a forehead has leaned, and the plastic sleeve made a tiny statusy groan when we lifted it, like it had been stuck to something by a dampness not quite there. Ken said a word I won't print because it puts too much signal into the world. We took it down and put it into the shoebox again. We taped it shut like an apology. Ken said he'd take it to the river and throw it in. I said, "Don't." He asked why, and I didn't have a good answer beyond an image in my head of it sliding wet onto a bank somewhere I could see who found it. He said, "Then to the dump." I asked him, well, what if someone opens it? We were playing hot potato with a decision. Mariah texted us both at 12:41 a.m. "Are you awake?" She didn't know we were together. We FaceTimed her. Her bathroom mirror was fogged again, She showed us the whole apartment. Nothing visible. We told each other we were doing great. We were not. The next morning I woke to a voicemail from Ken that started with just the sound of him breathing hard and then, "It's at the door." He wasn't the call 911 now type. More the call you first, and I hate that about him when I love it any other time. I went over. The shoebox was sitting upright against his hallway door from the inside, as if someone had set it there thoughtfully, to be the first thing you see when you leave for work. He swore he'd left it in his bedroom closet on the top shelf. The tape was intact. We opened it together because there was no other move. The plastic sleeve was fogged on the inside. I told him it was condensation from the temperature difference, my rational voice doing laps. He said, "It's not cold in my closet." We brought it into the kitchen, set it on the table like a live bird we didn't know how to release. We stared until the fog thinned. The face came into focus. Mariah called before we could plan our next avoidance. She said she'd asked her downstairs neighbor if their bathroom fan was broken. And the neighbor, an older woman named Bev, who feeds the squirrels in the courtyard, had said, puzzled, "No, sweetie, but the mirror keeps squeaking." I asked, "Squeaking?" Mariah said Bev said it sounded like a thumb rubbing on glass from inside a fish tank. By now you're thinking we should have taken it to a priest or a museum, or set it on fire. I'll tell you, we tried a smaller version of those things. I brought it to my friend from work, Curtis, who volunteers at the Historical Society. He's one of those guys who knows the original name of a street nobody uses anymore, and where the river used to bend in 1871. He looked at the print without smirking and said, "You know, people say they see a guy in there sometimes." He told me the story about a drummer boy buried there, a few murdered men, a mounds thing I can't do justice to. He said sometimes the oldest part of a place doesn't want to make room for the newest part, and the overlap squeezes something through. He said it like he was talking about plumbing. I felt relieved that he didn't laugh. He suggested we take the print back to where it came from and leave it at the gate, not inside, just at the threshold. He said things like that respect boundaries. I didn't ask him where he learned that. I didn't want to know. We picked a time near dusk because that felt respectful to whatever had its own schedule now. Lorraine said she'd keep an eye on the cameras and call if anything weird happened. The cop on the corner was a different one, younger, standing outside his car with a coffee. He asked, "You folks all right?" We said yes. He nodded as if he'd been trained to accept that answer no matter how it sounded. There were a couple of joggers pretending it wasn't cold. Someone walked past with a Great Dane wearing a sweater. The normal world was loud in its normalcy again. We put the shoebox down just outside the gate, on the left where the brick meets the sidewalk. Ken crossed himself, though he's never been religious. Mariah touched the fence with 2 fingers, then winced and looked at her fingertips. There was a gray smudge like graphite. We stood back. Nothing happened. A bus huffed and rolled past. The wind raised the flag stumps, dropped them. I wanted to do something ceremonial, say a string of nice nouns, light, home, sleep, mercy, but I felt silly. We waited 10 minutes and nothing happened, so we left. I told myself that's what it wanted, to sit where it could look out and in. That night I slept not well, but sleep with corners instead of walls. In the morning, the shoebox was gone. I tell myself someone took it. Teenagers, a recycler, whoever, and that's the part of the story that keeps me okay. That someone cleaned up our litter and is currently annoyed to find a photograph and nothing else. 2 days went by. On Friday, Mariah texted, "Hey, listen." She was in bed, covers up. I heard a sound through her phone that makes me angry to describe because it seems so trivial written down. It was the sound of breath on glass, not the loud huff of someone making a heart on a window, but a patient, almost curious exhale, long enough to fog, then a pause, then another, like someone trying to see what's on the other side and being disappointed each time. She said it was coming from her closet mirror, the long one screwed to the door. We FaceTimed and she took me over to it. We were on the screen twice over, my face in her face. The mirror looked normal. She stood to the side and there it was, the gray crescent at the edge, then clearing. She pressed her ear to the wood like she could listen to the other side of a lake. She pulled away with a look I would describe as embarrassed fear, like she'd barged into a room she didn't mean to. We said goodnight because what else do you say? Saturday morning I went to the cemetery because I felt like I needed to see the space, to check if our offering had been accepted or refused. It was bright cold, sun like a bulb, people in downcoats. The gate was open. A woman with a stroller smiled the way moms do at any adult moving slowly near a baby. assessing if you're a danger. I went to the spot where we'd set the box. There was a clean rectangle of lighter brick, like something had sat there for a while and collected less grime than the surrounding area. Or maybe it was just where the sun was hitting. I walked in on the brick path. The dip in the center seemed a little deeper, but I know how memory lies. I stood there and listened. Nothing. Someone in a nearby building was testing a fire alarm. 3 short chirps and a pause over and over. I looked at the space where we'd seen the face. It was just space, empty and full at the same time. I left. After that, the events didn't stop, but they became inconvenient instead of dramatic, which is how most hauntings win. Lorraine texted me a screenshot of the building entry camera with a shape near the glass. She said it could be nothing. The camera glitches, things smear in low light. The screenshot looked like those ocean photos where you think you might be seeing a fin. Ken told me his microwave door was fogged on the inside one morning. He hadn't cooked anything. He threw the microwave out. He laughed, telling me that. But his eyes looked like someone who paid money to break a solid thing. Mariah started sleeping with a towel under her closet door. Not for sound, but because it's what you do when you're trying to keep something out and only own towels. I started noticing the city differently. How many public spaces are glass? Bus shelters, office lobbies, the case around the pastries at the coffee shop. Everything that reflects a face or holds breath. I'd find myself glancing not head-on, but off to the side, where before all this I never paid attention. Because that's where the smears live, not in the middle where you polish. Tasha at Phoenix slid me my coffee one morning and said, "You look like you watched a sad documentary." I told her I'd slept badly. She leaned in and fiddled with the tip jar like she was making busy hands, then said, "People forget mirrors are not just mirrors." I said, "What else are they?" She shrugged. "Windows that forgot." She said she heard that from her grandma and she's inclined to believe grandmas about anything that sounds like a spell. I tipped more than usual. Last week, 8 days ago, I think, I got a text from a number I didn't recognize. Just a photo. It was the cemetery from outside the fence. The angle was from across the street, like from the bus stop. In the photo, a face looked out from between 2 stones. It wasn't the same one as in the print. This one wasn't pressed to anything. It was farther back. But the stare was familiar, or maybe all stares become the same past a certain distance. I texted, "Who is this?" No answer. I stared at the photo, waiting for the little ellipses to bubble. Nothing. I called Ken, sent it to him. He called back immediately and said, "Is this from me?" I said no. He said he'd gotten a different one an hour earlier. His own hallway mirror photographed dead on. No human in the frame. On the glass, 2 gray crescent smears facing each other like parentheses. Yesterday in the lobby at work, I cleaned the glass doors because it made me feel like I could control 1 square foot of the world. I sprayed and wiped and the towel came away gray, more than usual. Lorraine came by and said, "You hear about the tourist?" I said, "What tourist?" She said there was a report filed from a woman visiting from out of state who swore a man had leaned into her camera at the cemetery, joked that she'd get a close-up, and when she checked her photos later, the last one was black with teeth. She laughed it off, posted it somewhere, then went home and put electrical tape over all the little cameras on her devices because she felt watched by her own stuff. Lorraine said, "On the record, it was nothing. Off the record, it was the first time she'd heard almost our story from someone who wasn't us." She looked at me as if that meant we were part of a club you don't want to join. I'm dragging this out because the end isn't an end. The thing we tried to return didn't stay returned. It also didn't explode our lives. It's not pounding on windows or writing backward words in Steam. It does smaller, pettier things. It fogs the inside of picture frames so you have to take them down and wipe them where you can't reach without dismantling your own history. It leaves the shape of a forehead on your TV screen that you don't notice until you sit in the dark, and the standby light glows red. It makes bus shelters opaque for one breath as you approach, so you think someone is inside when no one is. That's the trick. You start living around glass like it's a sleeping animal. Ken moved the print, he still has it. He lied about the river and the dump, and I think you knew he would. To a storage unit and a metal filing cabinet, because the box inside a metal thing felt like a spell, even if we didn't say the word. He taped the drawer with painter's tape and wrote tax documents on it, because he read somewhere that names matter. He says he hasn't checked it in a week. I don't know if I want him to. Mariah bought a cheap wooden standing mirror, the kind with the hinged back, and flipped it to face the wall. She says that's not for superstition, but because she realized she doesn't need to watch herself every morning to know she's there. She says that like a joke. I decided not to ask what she sees when she walks past at night. I finally went back to the cemetery this afternoon. It was sunny and cold in that crystalline way Ohio gets when the lake has decided to be kind for once. People were out just to be out. I stood by the fence and listened to the little clinks and the way the cars change pitch on the bricks, and even to my own breath. I took one photo on my phone because not taking one felt like backing away from a dog that needs you to show it. You're not afraid. The photo looked normal. Stones leaning, tree with the lightning zipper, the hard rock guitar sign pretending it's still the 90s. I zoomed in on the spaces between things and saw nothing. I put my phone away, and as I did, my reflection slipped quickly across the screen, distorted by smudges I hadn't cleaned. The iron smell was there again, faint like a penny pressed into a palm. It made me think of that first woman with the pamphlet, the one who said, "You will." I want to pretend she was trying to help, like warning someone about a step. She probably forgot she even said it. Tonight, as I type this, my living room window shows me a dark city in the glass and a dim version of myself hunched, and a small lamp that throws a friendly circle on the table. Every now and then, my screen catches a reflection of the window, which catches a reflection of me, which catches, if you're ready to see it, the idea of a face that isn't fully there. If I hold my phone near the window and breathe, the fog blooms and fades like a heartbeat you can't measure because it's not yours. When I look away and then back, the little crescents of smudge seem closer to the middle. That could be my mind doing what it does. Or it could be this. Sometimes I think the face doesn't live in the cemetery at all. I think it lives in the habit of glass. I think it waits wherever two surfaces can press together and leave the memory of contact. If you've ever lost a photo behind a dresser and found it months later, warped into the curve of the wall, you know how paper remembers the shape that held it. I told myself I'd never type this out, but last night the chains tapped my window again, and I'm done keeping quiet. I'm not trying to convince anyone. This is mostly for me, so I can point to the words later and say, "See, you didn't make it up. You were there." There were other people there too, and they saw enough to leave a permanent mark on their faces. If you're from West Virginia, you probably know Droop Mountain. Daytime is postcards and plaques in a quiet cemetery. Night is a set of lungs you can't see, breathing slow in your ear. I used to think that was just trees pushing air over headstones. Now I keep a folded towel under my windshield wiper every night because I can't stand the sound of metal settling on glass. This happened 2 summers ago, first week of September. I was living in Lewisburg then, working nights at a motel off 219. My sister Mara and I had a standing Thursday tradition. We'd grab cheap coffee from the gas station, drive somewhere nobody bothers you, and talk about the kind of things siblings don't say out loud. Money, the ache of missing our mom, that feeling you get when you drop your keys and it takes half a second too long to hear them hit the floor. Mara was 2 years younger than me, smarter and tiring herself out with 2 jobs, front desk at a dentist's office and evening shifts at the grocery store. Her friend Caleb came along most weeks. He drove a dark blue Jeep and had a smile that opened slowly, like he didn't want to scare it away. Caleb was the one who suggested Droop Mountain that night. "There's a cemetery up there," he said, handing Mara her coffee. "Some of the battlefield dead, shallow graves. Ranger I know said they still find bone fragments after heavy rain. I know it's messed up, but it's kind of, history." "History," Mara said. "You mean spooky," he shrugged. "If the shoe fits?" "The ranger told me they hear chains up there sometimes." He was straight-faced when he said it too. Mara laughed and looked at me. "You in?" I didn't want to go. Not because of ghosts, because of the cold way I'd heard my mom's voice on a voicemail a week earlier when I accidentally hit play. She'd been dead 3 years, but the phone still had old messages buried in its menus. Her voice was half static, half molasses. I'd listened to it 3 times and then thrown the phone in a drawer. I was afraid if we went somewhere quiet, I'd hear it again, except not from the phone, but I said yes. It felt easier than explaining the rest. We went late because I didn't get off until midnight. It was one of those clear nights where the sky looks painted on. You know how car seats pick up heat during the day and then hold it too long? The Jeep smelled like warmed vinyl and the kind of pine air freshener that never smells like actual pine. Caleb drove, Mara sat up front, and I dozed in the back until the road started to climb. The headlights caught reflectors and then blackboards and then the silhouette of a wooden watchtower that looked like it always wanted to be taller. Caleb parked by the cemetery fence. We could see a corner of the battlefield through the trees, a flat shadow that made the stars feel louder. There weren't many other cars. A dented pickup near the trailhead, and an older sedan with a plastic-wrapped window. A motorcycle that looked like it had never been dirty in its life. The air had that late summer wetness, and you could hear frogs. The cemetery was smaller than I expected. Old stones, some of them leaning into each other like tired men. A few newer markers with fresh flags. The metal of the fence was cool under my hand, and I traced a rust bubble until it flaked off. There was a sign that said no camping, no alcohol, respect the dead. Somebody had drawn a smiley face on the bottom of the sign in black marker. The smile had dripped in the rain and now looked like it was melting. I always feel dumb in cemeteries at night. Not scared exactly. More like you're the one who wandered into somebody else's house without knocking. Caleb clicked on a small flashlight, the cheap kind with a rubber thumb button, and said, "We'll just walk around." 15 minutes. Mara shot a look at me. "You good?" "Yeah," I said. And I was. At least for the first few minutes we walked. We read names out loud, the way people do when they want to prove they're not bothered by standing beside people who don't breathe anymore. There were a few stones with no names at all, just dates, and a few with a bank of numbers that didn't make any sense if you weren't good at old-fashioned math. A breeze moved through and rattled something in the trees. It didn't sound like a chain. It sounded like a bundle of keys swinging from a hook. We saw the soldier statue on the far side. It had the posture of a boy trying hard to look like a man. There was a plaque with a paragraph about the battle that I barely remember. What I do remember is the way Mara whispered, "Huh," and pointed at the base. There were 3 pennies lined up there like a tiny parade. The face on the top one shone even in the dim light. We were quiet for a minute, and then a low noise came from the edge of the cemetery like someone dragging a shovel, slow and stubborn, over gravel. Caleb lifted the flashlight. The beam fell on grass, the fence, the dark beyond. The sound stopped. He thumbed the light off, then on again. The sound started up, a little louder, a little closer. It was not a shovel. It was heavier and it had slack in it. You could hear the unevenness, like whoever was dragging it kept adjusting their grip. Mara pressed closer to me without saying a word. I wanted to say, "Probably a lot of old maintenance junk around here," but I didn't. The sentence died before it had shape. Caleb whispered, "Ranger said chains." "Very funny," I said, and then I realized he wasn't teasing. The corner of his mouth had gone stiff. We waited. The dragging came from behind 2 large oaks on the far side. A shape moved. Not a person. Not exactly. It looked like someone trying on the idea of a person and getting it mostly right. Height, shoulders, something that resembled a hat brim. The air around it was wrong, like heat above a road. The shape stepped into the beam of the flashlight, only it didn't cast the kind of shadow you expect. It swallowed the light and made a shadow in the opposite direction. It wore what might have been a uniform once, now just a suggestion of wool and brass. The hat was wrong for modern times, too flat and too formal. And its throat. This is the part I don't know how to explain without making it sound worse than it was. There was no blood. Just a place where sound wouldn't fit. The way you look at a bent straw and know water won't pass through. It held a length of chain in its hand, and the links moved softly with its breath. I can't tell you why I thought it was breath. I just knew. It made a thick, dry sound like someone trying to swallow after a long cry. It looked at me. I know you're supposed to say it looked at us, but it didn't. It found me. The beam of the flashlight hit its face and then slid off the way water slides off oil. You could see eyes in the sense that there was a place where eyes should be. And when I say it looked at me, I mean I felt the opposite of a blink. The unclosing. The decision. My body went very hot and very cold at the same time, which sounds like a cliche until it happens. The chain in its hand dropped in a small loop and kissed a flat stone and made the gentlest clink, like a thought you almost have. Caleb said, "Sir?" Because that's the kind of person he is. And then the thing in front of us made the smallest movement, a little tilt of the head, and the chain moved again, more of itself sliding off its arm in a slow spill. The links made a whispering noise against each other that sat in my teeth. We backed up in a messy half circle, which put the Jeep at our backs halfway down the gravel lot. The motorcycle's chrome caught a scrap of moonlight. The pickup truck had a little dog sitting silent in the cab, staring over the steering wheel like a driver clocking how much time he had left before his shift ended. The sedan with the plastic window rustled on its own with the breeze. The soldier, or whatever it was, took one more careful step, as if the ground needed permission to hold it. "Okay," Caleb said. "Okay, I think." The chain made a new sound, a light bounce, as if something on the end of it had come to rest after a short fall. We turned and ran. Not because it did anything different. Because we did. That's how a lot of bad nights start. The Jeep was 10 yards away. Mara had the keys. She reached the passenger side and yanked the handle before she remembered. She laughed, a single breathy note that said, "I'm too stupid to live through this," and then corrected, and we were all piling in as the chain sound stuttered behind us. There was no pounding of boots, no rush. Just that dry, patient sound like weight deciding where to settle. Caleb started the engine. The dashboard lit with that blue-white light modern cars use to pretend they are hospitals. The soldier was no longer at the grave's edge. There was nothing there but grass and small stones. And then there was a new sound, not outside but above us. A short, polite tap as if someone was knocking with their knuckles on the Jeep's hood. We all stared at each other. Caleb's hand hovered over the shifter. He said to nobody we could see, "We're leaving." There was the light slide of something on paint. Not scratching, not yet, just mapping the shape. Another tap. Like a chain testing its own weight against the world, Mara whispered. "I don't want to look," so of course we all looked. You do that. You prepare yourself for nothing, then you look, and then you wish you'd prepared for anything else. The chain lay in a curve across the hood, the end dangling over the grill. It didn't look old. It didn't look new. It looked like the kind of chain you find in a barn and are afraid to touch because you'll get grease on your hands that smells like your grandfather's coat. The links barely moved except when they did, and then it was in a way that didn't agree with gravity. Caleb put the Jeep in reverse. The chain did not slide or bounce. It stayed where it was, as if attached to something heavier than the vehicle itself. He eased backward, eyes flicking to the rear view and back to the hood. The lot was open behind us, only a few low wooden posts marking the edge. He turned the wheel. We never hit anything. I want to be clear about that. There was no jolt, no crunch. But the chain moved suddenly to the right in a sharp, straight line, as if someone standing in that direction had taken hold of it and given it one good pull, and the Jeep shuddered. The engine didn't stall, but the lights flickered for the briefest moment. The radio, a station nobody had turned on, came to life with a burst of static and then settled into what might have been a wartime broadcast, a voice that cared more about cadence than words. It said something like, "Hold, left, now, hold," and then a long, soft exhale, the kind people do when they finish giving blood. Caleb said a quiet, helpless no, aimed at the air, and then a new sound came from the passenger side window, a simple breath, fogging the glass from the outside. A word was drawn in the condensation by nothing visible, not a full word, just the beginning of an R and then someone changing their mind. The fog faded, the chain's end flicked like a fishtail. It gets strange to talk about time after that, not because I blacked out, because things refused to happen quickly or slowly. The motorcycle started as if touched by invisible hands, engine revving, headlight crouched at the gravel. Then it died. A minute dragged. The little dog in the pickup laid its ears flat and pressed its nose to the glass and did not bark. Mara reached for my hand and found it and held on so tight we both lost feeling. The night breathed in. The soldier appeared again. 3 paces in front of us, the same wrongness bending the light at the edges. He was closer than any living person with a chain should ever be. I could see nothing below his eyes and above his chest that made sense, and what scared me was that there was nothing messy about it. No blood, no horror movie flourish, just absence, clean and absolute, like a bell had rung there once and now was simply not available to ring. He looked at me again and made that small, dry swallow, and then he lifted the hand not holding the chain and pressed 2 fingers to the space where his throat should open, as if checking a pulse. He moved those fingers outward a fraction of an inch, a motion that would look like loosening a tie on a man who still had a neck to wear one. Caleb whispered, "Sir, I'm sorry," and the soldier tilted his head as if listening to a distant bugle. We got the message at the same time. He wanted us to get out, or he wanted me to get out. I could feel Mara's nails in my skin, reading me like Braille. Don't you dare. I did not want to. I considered all the stories I'd ever laughed at and felt them laughing back. But something practical took over. A stupid thought like, leave the chain on the hood. Drive later. Just get out and say sorry for stepping on his lawn. I opened my door. Caleb said my name in a quiet panic. Mara said, please, in a tone I'd only ever heard when we were small, and I'd lifted her down from a fence she couldn't get over. The air that hit me was colder by 5 degrees. I stepped out and tried not to look at the wrong space in the soldier's throat. I said, and I hate how normal my voice sounded, we didn't mean to bother you. We're leaving. We shouldn't have come at night. The soldier watched me the way a man watches a creek for the best place to step in. The chain did a soft roll under its own weight. I felt the urge to say more, to fill up the quiet with apologies with my mom's name for some reason, with the habits you have when someone older is disappointed in you. Instead, the soldier took 2 steps forward. He was close enough now that if I reached out, I could have touched the sleeve of the shape he wore for a coat. He raised the hand with the chain and I flinched, but he didn't swing it. He angled the end of it toward me like offering a leash to a dog who won't come closer. The link sounded like a breath through teeth. I didn't take it. I am not brave. I am not whatever kind of person takes a chain from a man who doesn't have the right equipment for breathing. I shook my head. I can't, I said, and my voice broke on the T. The soldier's shoulders lowered a fraction. Not the defeat kind of lower, the patient kind. He lifted the chain higher, and for 1 second, only one, I thought I could see something tugging back from the other end. Not a person. The exact shape of Wade if Wade had a face. Mara got out. She stepped around the front of the Jeep, her eyes never leaving mine, as if the soldier were a thing you dealt with by not looking. Hey, she said to me. Not to it, to me. We're leaving now. Caleb got out too and came around the driver's side, his hands up in a little peaceable gesture that made him look younger. The soldier watched all of us. He tilted the chain to point at the Jeep's hood, like a teacher tapping a chalkboard. Then he drew it back slowly, a smooth motion that made the end rise from the paint without catching. No mark was left, none. The engine idled like a scared animal. The soldier took 1 step backward and then another, and then he was gone in the way fog is gone, which is to say nothing disappears so much as other things become more visible again. We stood there for a while, waiting for a feeling to tell us we were allowed to move. It didn't come. Eventually, we made our own permission. We got in, Caleb drove. The chain wasn't on the hood anymore. There was a weight in the car that wasn't the 3 of us, but it wasn't heavy. It was not even a mood. It was the memory of moving through a tight hallway and deciding you'll go sideways next time. We made it down the mountain. At the bottom, there's a gas station that has always smelled like fried dough. We pulled in there because we needed fluorescent light and the sight of other people doing unremarkable tasks. There were a guy in a coal dust jacket paying for cigarettes, a teenage girl buying a slushie and a scratch-off ticket for someone older, a woman with 2 littles in pajamas that had little moons on them. The cashier had a world-worn, patient face and a name tag that said Boone. She looked at our faces in the reflection of the glass as she wiped it, and then turned and said, like she'd been waiting 2 hours to say it, "He followed you?" "What?" Caleb said. "Don't see him," she said, scanning the lot as if he might just be using the air pump. "You'd know if you saw him. You hear him," the ranger said once he saw him close. "You don't want that." Mara said, "We didn't see, we saw something." Ms. Boone nodded like this matched something in her head. "He's older than the war," she said, meaning he's the idea of somebody the war gave a job to. "They come up from under the mountain sometimes. You go there at night, you hear the chains. Don't leave a car door unlocked off 219. They like to sit in back seats. Don't ask me why. He likes to look like he's choking. Folks say he wants someone to help him, but I don't think that's what it is. I think he wants you to practice." "Practice what?" I asked. "Practice looking at the shape of something you can't fix," she said. "That's the only thing that gets him to go." I don't know what she meant. I still don't. She rang up a bag of chips Mara grabbed like it was a life preserver. "You should stop at the ranger station in the morning," she said. "Ask for Harlan. He'll tell you what not to do. He helps people who see him. He helps you be careful." We didn't sleep much that night. All of us went to my place because I didn't want to be alone, and neither did they. I put a towel on my windshield. I don't know why. It felt like telling the universe I'm not available for extra noise. We brought blankets into the tiny living room and turned on a dumb sitcom at low volume, the kind where the laugh track makes you feel like everything has the right shape. I woke up twice to the sound of distant metal, the kind of clinking you can pretend is aluminum cans shifting in a recycling bin if you want to. I closed my eyes and made a deal with the ceiling. I will look tomorrow. I will go talk to a ranger named Harlan. I will not pretend this is nothing. Morning came in thin strips through the blinds. We drove back to the park. The sunlight made the battlefield look less like a wound and more like a held breath. The ranger station was open. A man with hair the color of road dust and forearms like tree roots stood behind the counter, eating a biscuit and reading a repair manual for a chainsaw. His name tag said Harlan. How bad? He asked, not looking up. We were here last night, I said, at the cemetery. He let out a breath he might have been holding since the night before. Then he did look up. He took us in like a mechanic takes in the rattle of a car before it starts. He said, "Did he touch any of you?" "No," Mara said quickly. "He put a chain on the hood." Harlan chewed once. "Did it feel like he wanted you to pull it?" "Yes," I said. "No, I don't know. I think he wanted me to hold it." "Good," Harlan said, which felt like a weird word, but he said it gently. "He likes to see who will help him finish something it ain't their job to finish. You don't take the end. You never take the end. You hold it, you're learning how to be the other side of it." He's followed folks home. Not because he's angry, because they showed him they'd hold. Caleb rubbed the back of his neck. "What do we do?" "Nothing dramatic," Harlan said. "No salt circles. No crosses. And don't go up there after dark. Leave your windows up. Don't look in your rear view if you hear something in your back seat until you're passing into town. Keep your eyes on living traffic. And if you find chain laid anywhere it wasn't a minute ago, don't pick it up. Don't move it. He may leave it on your vehicle again, but he can't keep doing it if you don't acknowledge it. That's the rule of a lot of things. They need your hands. Does anyone ever
Make him stop?
Mara asked. Harlan took another bite of biscuit and shook his head. You don't make a mountain stop breathing. You just stop putting your face where it's exhaling. That's all I got. He gave us a photocopied sheet with park rules, which felt almost funny if it hadn't made my stomach tight. We left. It was a sunny day. There were kids walking with grandparents, pointing at plaques, counting squirrels. I wanted to be one of them. I wanted to misread the word artillery and laugh about it and go home and make spaghetti. We did make spaghetti that night. We talked about other things like rent and work and the way the motel vacuum always smelled like old pennies. But the chain sound had braided itself into every quiet moment. When I turned the faucet, when I shook out the towel, even when I slid my belt off its hook, the world made that small echo of linked metal, and my shoulders rose an inch. For a while after, nothing happened. Some weeks, I told myself I had let go of it, that we had just seen a weird natural thing and turned it into a story because the brain is a liar who loves a task. Then on a Tuesday, after a long shift where a man in room 218 had yelled at me for 20 minutes about a stain even I couldn't see, I went out to the lot at 1 a.m. and found the chain. It lay across my hood like someone had measured very carefully and set it down. There was no one else around. The security camera above the office door has a red light that blinks when it's recording, and it was blinking, and I thought, good, I have a witness. I didn't scream. I'm proud of that. I did go back inside and sit on the vinyl chair behind the desk and remember how Ms. Boone had said not to touch anything. My hands itched like I already had grease on them. I told myself 20 reasons not to move it. I added Harlan's sentence to the list. I looked at the screen that feeds the security camera and watched myself walking around in a tiny delay from earlier. I watched the empty space where I should now go. Eventually, because the world insists, a guest came in to ask for a wake-up call. His name was Mr. Connell, and he always left the remote on the table exactly parallel to the edge. You look like you saw a ghost, he joked, and it landed with a thud I didn't want to unpack. I said, it's nothing, and gave him a 5:30 a.m. wake-up call because he had to be on site by 6. When I went back out at 2, the chain was gone. I checked the ground. Nothing. I checked my hood. No scratches. My towel had shifted a little as if it had been moved and set back not quite right. I put it in my trunk. I got in the car, locked the doors, and drove to the 24-hour laundromat because I wanted the sound of dryers to be the sound I heard. On the way, at the long curve just past the church with the cracked bell, I felt the car grow heavier for a second, as if a new passenger had settled into the back seat. I did not look back. The rear view showed only the empty dark. The seatbelt light didn't flash. I told myself maybe I had driven over one of those invisible dips in the road that feel like the earth shrugging. I thought about Harlan's rule: keep your eyes on living traffic, and focused on the yellow lines like they could swing me across. At home, I pulled into my spot and sat with my hands on the steering wheel for a long time. My phone lit up. A text from Mara. "You good?" I typed yeah, then backspaced, then typed think so, then put the phone face down. Upstairs, I turned the TV on and walked to the kitchen. The sink tap had a slow drip I'd been meaning to fix. The drip tapped the stainless steel. The stainless steel multiplied the sound. I stared, and that was my mistake. I listened not to water but to the rhythm it made, and the rhythm wasn't water. It was the sound of something counting its own links. 1, 2, 3. The apartment suddenly felt like a borrowed space with rules I hadn't read. I slept with the lamp on. Around dawn, when the city sounds were just beginning to assemble, the garbage truck yawning, a door thumping somewhere down the hall, I heard it. A light metal tap against glass. Like knuckles again, I sat up. It came again, from the window above my small couch. It wasn't aggressive. It was like someone tapping gently to get my attention without startling me. I stood and crossed the room and, heart thundering, lifted the blind half an inch. There was nothing. No one. Just the parking lot and the first washed-out light of morning. And then a final small tap right next to the sash cord. I don't know what made it. The cord barely moved. I put the blind down. You'll want to know what happened after that. Here it is, I kept living. That's all. But in the way you live after you notice something in the corner that wasn't there 5 minutes ago. And you can't say you imagined it. I still go to work. Mara still comes by. Caleb still texts me dumb memes and stocks my fridge with that sweet tea he likes. Miss Boone will sometimes give me my change in coins that feel heavier than they should. And once she slid a quarter back to me and said, "You keep him out by not being useful." I don't know if that's a thing you can practice. Being not useful when the thing wants your hands. We haven't been back to the cemetery at night. We went on a Sunday afternoon once, high noon, with kids running around and a couple taking engagement photos near the overlook. It felt safer. We walked the paths and stood by the soldier statue and placed 3 pennies at the base, like some kind of apology we didn't know how to phrase. The breeze was gentle. The trees made harmless sounds. We took one group photo with our eyes a little too wide. It looked normal. That's the lie of photographs. They can't hold a noise. Sometimes, when a heavy truck goes over the bridge near my place and the sound carries, I reach for my car key even if I'm not driving anywhere. Sometimes, when I drop my keys and they hit the floor, I flinch because the metal rings in a way that tells me I'm not alone. And twice now, once in the motel lot, once outside my building. I've come back to my car and found the towel on my windshield folded very neatly and placed on the hood, like a napkin waiting for the next course. No chain, just the suggestion of one. I pick the towel up with both hands and lay it back in place and drive on roads with company. I keep my eyes forward. I don't check the rear view any more than I have to. I don't take the end of anything. Last night, the tapping on the window was gentle, like someone trying not to wake a baby. It came 3 times, then stopped. I waited for the chain that didn't appear. I lay there and counted my heartbeats until numbers felt like links. Maybe this is just in my head now. Maybe the mountain breathed on me and I never got my breath back right. Maybe, like Harlan said, you don't make a mountain stop breathing. You just try not to press your face into its mouth. Sometimes I think about that soldier looking right at me. Not angry, not pleading, just choosing. I think about the way he lifted the chain a little, the way a person might hold a door for you in a hallway. I think about what it means to be invited into a job you didn't ask for. I tell myself I'm writing this to shake something loose. But the truth is, if I go out to my car tonight and there's weight on the hood, not heavy and not light, just intentional, I don't know what I'll do. People say they always know. They don't. You make the next motion because there's air to move through, and even absence has a pull. It's still early. The sky outside is the kind of pale that makes every shadow look honest. The towel is on the windshield. I can see it from my window, folded flat against the glass. If I listen, really listen, I can hear the small things the day is always doing. A neighbor upstairs dragging a chair. A far-off train. The clatter of someone dropping cutlery in a sink and laughing at themselves. In the middle of all that, just underneath it, is another sound. as soft as a coin placed on a desk. It's not in the room. It's not outside exactly. It's in that space you carry with you when you leave a place where the ground remembers more than you do. I tell myself I don't hear it. I tell myself I'll get better at not being useful. I whisper to the quiet, the way you talk to a dog you hope will stay on the porch, and I say, "We're leaving." And then I wait to see if the chain moves without me.